just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant. You're radiant. Can I make something good out of this? Can I make something good out of this? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? You could be late, you could be true, you could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong. it's over. Do you need anything like I need you? I've got no place to be alone, my friend. He cut his wrist instead. There's your answer. You better save yourself, or else nothing like success. I would rather be in hell than regret. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? No, I do. But denial, these are not my words. Tell me where am I most of the time? Wet my face with reality and permit me to breathe before I do it again. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Yo, do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh. What is up, people? Like I need you. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh. Do you need anything like I need you? Yo, yo, yo. What's up? Let's go. Dude, how we doing tonight? Yo, 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 yo. Dude, what's up, guys? Dude, how we doing? So I'm scrolling back up here and I'm seeing James's question about
the bands, and I was wondering which song did you have a question about, James? Right? You wanted to know if it was number 3 breakdown or if it was Full Blown Red or what have you. Let's go. Because when we listen to this music, so Do You Need is Full Blown Red. And that, like I'll tell you, the music you guys hear, okay, on this is you hear the Do You Need, which is like Do You Need and More and I'm in Love and Stars, and that stuff is from Full Blown Red, okay? Then you have Radiant and You're on Blue and Wonderful Mess, and that is number 3 breakdown. And then you have My Machine X's and 1, 2, 3, which is actually the start of the Wanteds, the music that's on Apple Music and stuff. I made an EP before I made the album Let Go Afterglow. So there is some of the Wanteds on here. Drown is the Wanteds. That was my original, that was my project that became Let Go Afterglow. And then there's Harassed, Snow Castles, and Red, which are from Soul Driver. And that shit goes all the way back to like 1997. So we, the music we're listening to, all of it is between 1997 and 2003, essentially, right? It's all in that 7-year period where you have Soul Driver, then Full Blown Red, then number 3 breakdown, and then the Wanteds. It was a progression. And what's more, too, you ready for this? The version of Soul Driver was a 4-piece band. Full Blown Red was a 3-piece band. Number 3 breakdown was a 2-piece band. And then the Wanteds was a 1-piece band. So you're actually listening to a period of time where I whittled my music down from 4 pieces to 3 pieces to 2 pieces and ultimately to just me. And then I went on tour with the album Let Go Afterglow. Isn't that funny? Dude, I think that's funny, bro. Oh shit. That is pretty wild. That is pretty crazy. So yeah, so it is a period in time. But you know what else is wild about it? Is I feel like the music, I think it's so perfect to be listening to now for this adventure, because I've been in a similar transition. You know what I'm saying? Like moving from a band to a one-man indie rock band was like the best move I ever made. I made the best music I ever did and had the most success I ever had when I was just me, right? And moving from gaming to politics, even though it took several years and it was quite a gnarly transition because of all the hateful gamers, it's way better. Like everything is like everything about my life is better not being a gaming streamer, being a political streamer. It was the best change I ever could have made. And yes, I do get paid for Dick Strange. I do for the stuff on Amazon. Absolutely. You don't make much, but I do get paid for that. Right? Absolutely. So it's pretty fucking crazy. You know? Dude, Tommy, you are awesome. Love your music. Thank you, 𝗙ście𝗶𝗶𝗍𝗫. Appreciate you, boss. Let's go. Let's go. So, guys, we should, though, you ready? We should take a moment, since we're doing a little like, hey, warming up, what's going on today? We should look at what happened today with the video, because you know who saw the video, guys, from last night? Look at this. Look who saw the video there, boss. But the one and only fucking Kyle Kowinski. He ended up seeing the video. He said, thank you, Political Punk. Great video. Right? Let's go, dude. So he saw it and he dug the video, and then he fucking tweeted it too, right? So I thought that was pretty cool. So maybe at some point I'll be fucking meeting him. Dude, he did also, yeah, he tweeted it. Where was it? Somewhere here. Yeah, he fucking tweeted a link to it on his Twitter, right? Isn't that wild? So there you go. That was nice. That was unexpected. I fully did not expect that at all. But I was glad he finally fucking got to see it, right? Dude, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing I liked about that situation with Kyle. Because let's be honest, okay? Piers Morgan is not the most serious venue, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like Piers Morgan is not a venue where you're gonna go in and like, you know, I mean, it's racy. Piers is a wanker. The whole show is kind of like drama and conflict laden. So I felt like it's really nice seeing Kyle go on that show and give Piers Morgan like the energy it deserves, which is being blunt and fucking, you know, putting it all out there. You know what I'm saying? And so I really like that because what I don't like is when people go on Piers Morgan and they're like, here, let's have a studious discussion about this topic. Because his show is a fucking, you know, his show is just a degenerate tabloid. Okay? So I appreciated the energy of the sunglasses and the taint tickling and all that. Dude, Piers is fucking a degen boss in a major way. He's just such a protectionist, bro. He is such a fucking protectionist for Trump. Even though he'll like, oh, I disagree with the immigration raids, but he's still, you watch the show, even with Kyle's show. Dude, he let Michael Knowles have the last word and the first word, and he interrupted anybody who was like, you know, giving Michael Knowles shit. And dude, and Michael Knowles is talking about antiquity. Dude, antiquity, like, shut the fuck up, bro. You know? Dude, yeah, Michael Knowles is shitty. See, let me just show you guys. So Michael Knowles has gotten worse, okay? Because here's where I remember Michael Knowles from, was from Bronte and Michael Knowles. This was years ago, okay? This was fucking years ago, where Bronte Ремsik and Michael Knowles sat down for a debate, okay? And she fucking just slammed the shit out of him in this fucking debate about abortion, right? This was like, how many fucking years ago was this? Dude, they're all sharing the same clip. This was not in 2025. It was like old. Let me see. Yeah, dude, well, you know what's so funny, Joe Neal, is yes, antiquity is when white people ruled the world, when Christianity was like dominant in the world, okay? White Christianity was like the major power in the world. But the other thing about it is America didn't even fucking exist, you know? But so this was, all right, here it was. It was this. It was Bronte Ремsik and Michael Knowles, and this was in 2022. All right, December of 2022. So guys, this was right when I was like making my move into politics. This was a crazy fucking debate. But dude, he was like, I'm telling you, Knowles has changed. Okay. Even though he's a degenerate fucking weirdo always, and his views are like bullshit, he's gotten weirder with the fucking Trump sniffing. Okay. He was not like, you know what I'm saying? Like Michael Knowles, even in this interview, I'll put the link in chat if you want to watch it. Or if you want to, I don't know if Bronte put her own version out. If there's a version that is not so you don't have to fucking watch his thing. Because she's mostly on TikTok. So does she have the full debate on her YouTube? Let me see. She does not. She just has a couple shorts because she doesn't really do YouTube. But so he, dude, he's gotten crazier. Okay, like even if we look at like this, right? Like let's look at, you know, granted this was a couple years ago, okay, but we can just pop in any moment here.
So the same thing can be said for your liver, right? Your liver
serves no other purpose. So I don't think that the analogy that you're making here is apt. I think once again it gets back to the unique status of motherhood.
So,
all right, you see the way he's talking there? He's like, during this, if you watch this guy he's not like sneering and snarking and like, I don't know, there was this thing he had on the Pure show yesterday that was like this, this haughty little like laugh, this haughty little like weird, like Christian youth pastor smile. That was fucking weird yesterday, where yesterday he looked like a version of Michael Knowles who had his personality removed and replaced with a Stepford wife of Donald Trump. That was going to be, yes, 99.78%, sir. Yes, we love Trump, sir. Right? You know what I mean? Like, there was something about him yesterday that was distinctly, I don't know, even weirder. Sinister is a great way of putting it. There is like, I don't know, dude. I don't know if it's like the absolute fealty, because guys, here's the deal, right? Even if you're a fan of Trump, even if you feel the need to go in and be like Trump, we love Trump, there's got to be some cognitive dissonance in you to see the way these masked agents are just terrorizing U.S. citizens in the streets. And you may defend it and you may say, oh, I voted for this and go all in on the Trump. But like, when you go all in for somebody who's like abusive and weird, that shit fucks you up. I can tell you, I did it. I had an authoritarian father. I loved my dad. I got really good things from my dad. The process of me detaching from defending and protecting my abusive father was like wild. Okay. I was different before I was able to acknowledge the abuser my father was. When I thought my dad was just a good man and I ignored all of his abuse and sort of played into it and continued to protect him, there was a part of me that was like fraudulent that led me to not be able to connect as well with other human beings, to not have a certain amount of empathy. Like, it was being able to acknowledge the abusiveness of my dad that allowed me to have a more empathetic connection with the whole world, you know? And that doesn't mean I didn't appreciate like all the good shit I got from my dad, but like, that's what Michael Knowles reminded me of last night, is it was like he had gone backwards. He had regressed to a type of like automatic full defense of somebody that is like clearly indefensible. And that's why I think this Don Lemon thing today with the church was so explosive. You notice people are like really sort of blowing up about this Don Lemon thing because they protested in a church, because there's no way there can be a church of Christianity, a church of God and Jesus being the Son of God, and defend what those masked ICE agents are doing. Okay? You cannot. Okay? You can be a Christian who says, hey, I want to take care of like what I consider to be an immigration problem, but the actual rounding up and public terrorizing of immigrants who are really just want to be here, they want to live, they want to have a good life, and then you have a mass force of people like terrorizing them, that is about as anti-Christian as possible. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about this is I didn't think he organized it, but he was there and he was being a mouthpiece for it. The reason why it's going to get way more notoriety is because he was there, right? But the point being is, did you ever read the Old Testament? Dude, Jesus is the New Testament there, Star Child. So if you look at Christianity, the Old Testament, like they're all in on the New Testament. The New Testament is Jesus, okay? And I specifically mentioned Jesus. And Jesus specifically talks about some shit that flips the lid on the Old Testament, guys. And it is like a new world order to that harsh Old Testament fucking vibes, okay? And if you look at all American Christians, they specifically talk about Jesus, okay? And that is what Christianity is. Christianity is acceptance of Jesus. So Christianity is like New Testament. If you really look at Old Testament is way more like the Jewish faith than it is the Christian faith. Like Christians are all in on the New Testament. But regardless, you know what I'm saying? Regardless, like Jesus would not support a mass militarized force like rooting out fucking immigrants. I don't think that really fits into Christianity at all. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I just don't. You know? But oh, dude, I mean, all of Christianity is BS. I mean, let's be honest. Okay? But Jesus, though, I don't believe you can be anti-immigrant and fucking, you cannot be anti-immigrant and pro-Jesus. And if you are, you're fucking hypocrite, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, again, I think Christianity, it's like, you could probably support anything. I mean, Christianity's pro-slavery. It's pro, like, sacrificing your children. It's pro, like, killing women for stupid shit. It's pro-murder, right? As long as it's in a religious vengeance retribution. I mean, there's so much in there that is, like, gnarly. But I, like, the time I spent with the Bible, there was nothing about, like, terrorizing your neighbors simply for the location that they were born. Okay, guys? Because when there was not like hardcore nationalism at the time of the Bible, guys, it was about tribes. Okay? There were nations, but if you go into the Bible, the biblical time, it was about tribes, guys. And a lot of those tribes were moving. Okay? They were not straight up nationalists. Okay, nationalists and borders are a modern thing, and they are developed to protect resources. Okay, that's what all the border and shit is about. Like, borders are about modern politics. They're about protecting oil and minerals and capital and property. Okay, but back then they were moving. Okay, tribes moved because of the temperature, because of the ferocity of the summers. There was like everything was more about moving, and it wasn't like strict county and city borders and all that shit. Okay, it was a very different time. Okay, and you know, and so like this like, I don't know, this modern revision of turning Christianity. I mean, guys, there wasn't even an America. Okay, there was no fucking America back then. There was no, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, there was no fucking America back then. And I mean, think about that too. Think about the people that just for example, okay, let's go back and look at the biblical time. Okay, the Canaanites and the fucking, right? You know what I'm saying? All the people that lived in the Levant. Picture if somebody from South America, an army from South America showed up to the Levant and genocided everybody in the Levant and made everybody speak Spanish or whatever language they were speaking. It wouldn't even be Spanish. It would be pre-Spanish, because we're talking like native peoples. But say a whole bunch of native people show up to the Levant and they wipe out all the tribes and they make everybody speak their native South American language, right? You think anybody would have been for that? Anybody would have looked at that and said, wow, that's really cool. Way to go, guys. You guys are really doing great. And they bring their native, you know, like shamanism to the Levant. Like, that's what America did. Okay, that's what the Christians did to fucking colonize America. And then they enslaved a bunch of Africans, right? So, like, let's not look and think that the colonization of America was, like, biblically supported in any way, okay? There's no way, guys, okay? That if that had happened back then, I don't think any of the, you know, the nations of Israel, the tribes of Israel would have been cool with that. Dude, Ridge, let's go, boss, right? So even this imperialism, right, is this aggressive imperialism, I feel like, is of modern times. Dude, thank you, boss. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Dude, let's fucking go, boss. Dude, yeah. I mean, dude, there is, I mean, the main tenets, right, of Christianity, if you really look at it, right, there, again, there's a lot of like back and forth, and you can like nitpick, and you can find anything in a book if you want to read it and interpret it. However, but the main tenets of Christianity, of the separation of like the Father and the Son and the, you know, his only begotten Son that he gave for everyone to be able to gain forgiveness of their sins. Okay, so the main tenets, dude, stop stupidity, let's go. The main tenet is about a lack of judgment. Okay, it's about a lack of self-righteousness. The main tenet of Christianity is there is but one and only judge, and that people will be judged in the eyes of God. And your job is not to judge. Your job is to focus on your own life and living a life of like spiritual purity and seeking to be as much in the image of that God as possible. Okay. And somehow, though, the modern Christianity has become like, and it's all about forgiveness, right? But forgiveness starts with you. Okay. You know what I mean? Which means like, if you perceive a person you disagree with has sinned against you, like the forgiveness is supposed to start with you. These held resentments that are then used to ostracize and demonize and other populations is not an element of this fucking Christianity at all. Like not Jesus's message, certainly. You know what I mean? And it's wild too. Like the wealth is not revered, right? I mean, Calvinism really distorted this shit. Okay, that's one of the main distortions, guys, are people who got really rich and they started seeing their riches as a sign that they were blessed by God. And that's where where shit got schismed. I mean, it had already done this before the Reformation, right? Catholicism got out of control when they were selling entrance to heaven. So this is not the first time religion has been polluted by money. But I mean, money, once money gets involved with this shit, it goes haywire because I believe the lack of empathy and compassion comes from the money, guys. Okay? It really does. It is really hard to be wealthy and empathetic because what happens is the type of power and the type of bulletproofness you get from having money. Okay? Like once you have a certain amount of money, you are bulletproof from the government, from the downturns in the economy, you are bulletproof from things happening, and you are immune to like getting a parking ticket or getting a speeding ticket or, you know, having your car get wrecked. You develop an immunity, okay, to some of the hardships of life. And once you get that immunity to the hardships of life, you start becoming less compassionate to people who are suffering from the hardships of life. And that's where the empathy goes, okay? Once you have so much money that you don't have to struggle anymore, it starts to look like struggling people are struggling because they're not doing it right, instead of simply because they're in a situation where they're struggling. And guys, I've experienced this firsthand. Okay? Because for me, I came from a very working class family where my parents didn't have any resources to give me. So I had to go out and I had to pretty much like learn how to hustle to like make my ends meet. And I was always struggling with being able to get shit off the ground. And it was literally not until I like had a little bit of socialism, a little bit of help to where I no longer had a rent or house payment, that I was able to truly flourish. When I was no longer struggling to just keep a roof over my head, man, ever since that happened, I have flourished and everything I put my time into has become successful. Okay? Because when 50% of your time is being put into just keeping the roof above your head, you can't flourish. It is like nearly impossible for renters to flourish, okay? It is nearly impossible. And a lot of times, even homeowners, if you have a house payment and, you know, property taxes, it can be impossible. You can flourish, right? You can flourish when you are not struggling, when you are not like worried about how you're going to eat tomorrow or how you're going to, right? It's like flourishing happens when you have time to flourish. That doesn't mean you can't. I'm not saying if you're not a renter, there were times where I flourished as a renter. But what I'm just saying is if we could solve our housing issue and make it so we didn't have so much of our output having to cover the simple thing of housing, we would find a lot more people like flourishing. We absolutely would. We absolutely would. A lot more people would. You know, it's one reason why it's so bad to kick people out of housing for failing a drug test. See, I don't get the drug test thing, guys. Like the drug test thing to me is so stupid. Okay, because let me just tell you, rich people do a lot of fucking drugs, bro. Okay? Everybody I have known in my life that has had the craziest, most out of control drug problem was somebody with money. It's hard to be poor and have a drug problem because you can't fund it. It's the rich people that have the worst drug problems, guys, all fucking day long. And so this idea that poor people are doing drugs and they're being irresponsible, it's like, dude, that's bullshit, okay? That's bullshit because the wealthy people are the ones with the fucking worst drug habits. The worst, most problematic drug habits always are people with money. It's so much harder to get sober if you have money too. Dude, the people who's supposed to help save your soul, is selling theirs. Oh, Kimberly, let's go. Thank you, Kimberly. That's true. See, the thing about, though, even with the drug tests, guys, that drug test shit is a con, because one of the drugs that is hardest to pass a drug test for is marijuana, okay? And a lot of black people smoke marijuana. It's a part of their culture, guys, okay? It is culturally, they're not the only ones who smoke marijuana, but black people have been very marijuana like connected, okay? I mean, dude, it makes sense. You know, if you look at the history of America, the people of color were farming, okay? Natives do as well. Native people, anybody who did the original like farming of the country, that shit is like part of their generational makeup here in America. Okay, so native people and people of color were the farmers, man. They were, dude. Black people and native people were the people who cultivated the land. So of course they have a connection to marijuana. They've always had a connection to marijuana. And guys, let's be honest. That's the reason why marijuana was not legal, guys. Okay? If you look back why marijuana was not legal and alcohol was, it was because the white man controlled the alcohol. Okay? And the growing of the marijuana was the people of color and the native people. And so there's a reason why that shit never became legal. And so the drug testing for marijuana has been a way of like, you know, like shame fingering the fucking black population and a way to put black people in prison for a long time for doing something really innocuous. I mean, dude, I don't smoke weed. And my philosophy is if you can live life without any substances, like by all means do it. But to act like weed is more dangerous than alcohol is the most ridiculous thing you could ever say, okay? Weed is 1,000 times better for humanity and the world than alcohol is. Alcohol is probably the most destructive of all of them because it inspires violence, it inspires domestic abuse, people black out and they do things they don't even remember, car wrecks, it impairs your driving, it makes you make terrible choices. Once you get drunk, you start doing other drugs and engaging in other bad behavior. I mean, it is literally the worst drug out there that destroys like tens of millions of families. Just maybe, you know, there's not as many ODs from alcohol as like fentanyl, but like, let me just tell you, a lot of those people that are hooked on fentanyl probably wouldn't have gotten hooked on fentanyl if they weren't getting drunk all the time, okay? And like alcohol is gnarly, dude. And it's legal and socially acceptable, okay? And so this weed being illegal is so dumb, all right? I mean, at worst, weed is going to make you ineffectual and have a, you know, it might like get rid of some of your capitalist motivation, make you a little bit like, you know, I don't know, like, you know, some people, weed can sort of thwart their goal seeking and you know, but like, dude, it's not going to do that crazy, outrageous damage like alcohol does, where it's going to provoke violence and all this, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if you look at people who commit like child molestations and shit, they're almost always drinking, okay? It is like so much the fuel of, you know, really bad decision-making and harm, dude. Dude, it's so bad. Alcohol is. I mean, dude, I respect the shit out of the power of alcohol. It is fucking dangerous, boss. You know, it is, dude. Dude, she was the cruelest, most abusive person you ever met. Dude, alcoholics are cruel, bro. They are. Alcohol is crazy. Dude. But yeah, so our whole system, guys, it's a little suspect. You know? It is. You know what I mean? Our, like, I don't know, our society and our laws, it's crazy. But I thought I thought everybody was there were a lot of people triggered. Okay. There were a lot of people that were triggered by Don Lemon, okay, being at this thing. All right. Again, Don Lemon participating in a protest in a church. Okay. And you know what I'm saying? And I mean, here's what it stemmed from, though. Okay. Was it stemmed, again, Don Lemon didn't start this thing, but it stemmed from the pastor of the church supposedly being an ICE agent, right? You know what I mean? And so the congregation is like, wait a second, our pastor, our spiritual protector, the person who is like protecting us and our connection to the will of God is working for ICE and is potentially fucking, showing up and outing the congregation to ICE. I mean, that's pretty gnarly, guys. And yeah, it's on brand. Of course it's on brand for these guys. But dude, churches are supposed to be automatically sanctuaries, right? And guys, this is another issue that I have, okay? And let's pause here, okay? Somebody said he wasn't protesting, he was interviewing, but he was supporting the protest, okay? He was there he wasn't there interviewing because it was bad. He was supporting it, okay? Supporting people protesting at the church. And they're mad. And of course they're mad because he's gay, the people that are mad. There's a whole host of things with Don Lemon. But here's the thing that I have to say about this. That, again, is MAGA hypocrisy. But I'm going to weigh in on this. Had to get my fan going. Sanctuary. Sanctuary. That's the one word, guys. Okay? That's the one word that is really troubling about this MAGA hypocrisy, because churches are allowed to be sanctuaries, and they always have been. Historically, you can go to a church, that you're protected there, you walk in, you're safe. The church is a sanctuary, and all Christians will accept that churches are sanctuaries, and that you can't just fucking drag somebody out of a church. And right? But sanctuary cities, the MAGA's like, oh, bad, bad, bad. And no, sanctuary, right? Like if there is somebody wanted by the government, you know what I'm saying? If Donald Trump was wanted by the government and they're coming after him for that RICO charge, Donald Trump could go to a church and find sanctuary in there, and they wouldn't, right? Historically, churches were always like that, where they would provide sanctuary for somebody who was in trouble with the law. They would provide sanctuary for somebody who was on the lam, or somebody who had run afoul of the law, where they could exist without judgment and have a spiritual sort of analysis of what they were going through, okay? There has been the notion of churches being sanctuary places where you can go and escape persecution. That has been a historical thing, okay? The notion of churches having sanctuary. And so, I don't know, it's weird that all these evangelicals now are saying, if a city provides sanctuary, how dare you? We need to blow that shit up, okay? And dude, you got to make up your mind, MAGA. You got to make up your goddamn mind. Seriously. I mean, pick a lane, people, okay? Even in Utah, some LDS members reported the Hispanic branches and changed how they support immigrants. They used to convert and help people come here, how they convicted they convinced my Icelandic ancestors they got your Icelandic ancestors to move to Utah, right? But dude, this shit, man, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude, I don't know. I just find it really interesting that, you know, there's a number of things going on, because on one level, I was seeing people complain about people protesting in a church. How dare you protest in a church? How dare you use... I mean, think about this, guys. There were people that actually were saying, how dare you use a church as a venue to, like, defend immigrants? And, like, what? How can somebody say that with a straight face and not feel like a damn fool? Right? How people were like, how dare you use a church to defend, like, the protection of immigrants? Like, dude, what fucking drugs are these people on, bro? That's literally like the role of the church, is to help those people and keep them safe. You know what I mean? Like, dude, what are we doing? Dude. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, the Pope has already said MAGA is off the hook, dude. Well, look at this shit. Let's see what we got here.
So you can see the protesters here have gathered over here. They're in the middle of the church. So in the beginning of the church service, the pastor was speaking, and 𝗙់_𝗏𝗡 stood up and said her piece, and then the protesters surrounded her. But this is a clandestine mission. I think they found out according to them, this is according to Operation Pull-Up, that one of the pastors here is a member of ICE. And so here we go.
You could talk to the lead pastor.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is the issue. The issue is they discovered one of the pastors was a member of ICE. Okay, and I'm assuming that said pastor was not open about it. Okay, he didn't let anybody know he was secretly being a pastor in church while also being a member of ICE. Okay, now, again, you ready, guys? Hold on, I'm gonna go out on a limb here too and say this. Okay, one of the main fucking tenets of Christianity that I remember that is very important is bearing witness. Okay? When you are a Christian, you are supposed to, like, bear witness to your faith and live a life of honesty and right. There's no hiding. Like, I don't believe you can be a Christian and wear a mask while you're engaging in the duty of corralling fucking immigrants or corralling people, right? Because that's like hiding. That's like not bearing witness to the job you're doing. This idea that you're doing a job in secrecy and you're protecting your identity, I don't believe that is compatible with Christianity at all, because part of the Christian faith, even the guy who founded my church, right? I was a Moravian. I no longer am participating in Christianity, but the guy who founded my church was Jan Hus, okay, the Moravian church, and he got arrested for his Christianity, and he would not, like, bear false witness, okay? He would not recant, and he ended up, you know, paying the ultimate price for that shit. Okay, and that is another thing that is supposed to happen if you're a Christian, is you're not gonna fucking hide shit and wiggle around and play games to avoid persecution. You're supposed to, like, be steadfast in your faith, and doesn't matter what the persecution is. It doesn't matter if your whole life on this earth is you being persecuted. You're piously supposed to walk through it knowing you are blessed and that it'll all be taken care of after you pass. And so these fucking, you know, ICE agents that are masking up and doing all this shit in secrecy and behind a veil, dude, that is like the least Christian way of operation out there. That is the most distorted manipulation right? And they're all bearing false witness on their neighbors, right? They're going into the restaurant and smiling and having dinner, and then they're coming back later and arresting them, not letting them know. Like, dude, all of that shit is like not Christian at all. Dude, that shit is gnarly. It's dirty, it's deceitful, it is like dishonest, okay? And it is incompatible with the concept of faith and you know, honoring, transparently honoring like who you worship and what you're doing, you know? You know what I'm saying? So, dude, that shit is no bueno. Now, again, the thing that's really hard about this though, guys, is I don't think pure Christianity can exist, okay? Or pure Islam or even pure Judaism, because guys, the problem with the Abrahamic religions is they're about power, okay? They're not really about faith. They're about faith for the poor people to, you know, to just have faith so you can be exploited and suffer your whole life and not fight back. But they're really about power. These religions were created to give divine power to certain members of society, which brought them political power, which brought them money. So the thing is you can't really, like, everybody's corrupted. If you go up at the top of all of these religions, like 90% of the people are corrupted because the religions themselves were created to excuse the execution of power. Okay, they were created to give the wielders of power a right to have said power. You know, ultimately it became divine power of like monarchies. And then the people that were being exploited and abused in a feudal system, they had religion to, like, so they didn't want to off themselves during their miserable fucking lives they had. You know what I'm saying? So I think you can't really have, you know, it's going to be real hard to find anybody who lives by a Christian ideal, you know, because Christianity affords power. And that's what's really crazy about modern Christianity is everybody is out of whack because they're now wielding the power of Christianity. Okay? They're wielding the power. They're hiding behind the cross to be right. I'm a good guy. If I have a cross on, you know I'm a good guy. I can't be a bad guy because I got a cross, right? You know, and so religion has become a collection point for like the worst people on the planet, dude. The most manipulative, like nasty people all are like, all right, we're going to put on crosses or whatever religious paraphernalia. We're going to become devout in whatever religion we can. So therefore we look like the good guys. And then they go in there and just distort the shit out of it, boss. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I mean, dude, Bethel's right. That like the Bible, if you look at it, it says one thing and 50 pages later, it says another thing. And 70 pages later, it says a different thing on the same topic. Because guys, the Bible was not a book that came from, you know, a divine influence. It was like 1,000 years of oral storytelling that got co-opted and like tweaked and manipulated and put into a collection of books. And then that book got tweaked and had the language changed and manipulated for another 1,000 years. Like the whole thing is just a hodgepodge. It's like a quilt, okay? The Bible is like a quilt of many, many people seeking power over the course of 1,000 years. I have read it. Yes, I read it twice. Okay, I was confirmed in a Moravian church. I was studying to be a pastor. So don't try to pull your mind games on me, Hemp Press. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. You know? Dude, you're eventually probably going to get banned, just so you know. I'm probably going to mute your ass, you know? Just so you know. Right? Let's go. Yeah. There you go. Later. Bye-bye. I gave you a warning. There you go. Sorry. Dude, no Bible bangers here, boss. You're allowed to be a Bible banger, but I don't. I have freedom from your religion. Okay? So if you're going to sit in my chat all day and you're going to just sit here and fucking pump the Bible, I will mute your ass. Because First Amendment, baby. Freedom from your religion. Let's go. Oh, dude, the Bible was the first psyop to be unleashed globally. Let's go, dude. Dude, it's crazy. And I mean, guys, you know, I'm telling you, okay, if you look at it, I'm going to go on the record here too and say, if you look at it religion-wise, okay, there's 3 Abrahamic religions, okay? Obviously, Judaism was the first, then Christianity was the next spinoff that became widely ensconced by Constantine in like 385, okay? And then like 200, 300 years later was the proliferation of Islam, okay, which was the 3rd incarnation. It's like a 3-headed monster. But guys, I've said this before, the purest form of that religion is Judaism. And in my eyes, the Jewish people are the only ones who actually do that Abrahamic religion right, where they don't cram it down people's fucking throat and they just literally do it for themselves and they're not there to like make you fucking bow down before it. And so like, dude, when I look at the Abrahamic religions, the Jews are the ones who I think are like even remotely pure with that religion. I still think the religion is a fucking con, but at least there's a purity to the way they do it where they don't fucking, they haven't turned it into like, you need to become us or we're going to murder you. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu is fucking engaged in that, but dude, he's like so far out of that religion. Okay. You know, and so the thing about it is like, I don't like all 3 heads of that dragon, but especially, dude, Christianity is like, went way overboard with it, you know, but whatevs. All right. People do that without religion too. Yeah. But so the thing about it though, Dark Storms is religion provides the cover. Okay. I mean, look at what's going on right now in America, guys. Why did they overturn a woman's right to abortion? Because religion provided the cover. Why do they attack transgender existence? Because religion provides the cover. Okay. Why are mega churches fleecing people and committing fraud and promising people this salvation and shit and taking their money? Religion provides the cover, okay? Why are evangelicals allowed to break the law and get away with it, discriminate? Because religion, okay? Religion is used as a blanket for people to break the law, to abuse humanity, and get away with it, okay? It is like written into like the spiritual fabric. Okay, they don't pay taxes. They're able to discriminate. They're able to like behave in ways like not taking vaccines that put the entire public at risk. And they all get to excuse it because of their religion. They get special privileges. They get special deference. And what's more, they can go out and be a rapist or do the most heinous fraud crimes. And all they have to do is bow down before that Bible, start crying like Jimmy fucking Swaggart. And they get redemption and forgiveness automatically, okay? Automatically, just for saying, please forgive me, they're granted forgiveness. End of stigma. Oh, he's reborn. I'm a born-again Christian. That means I'm brand new. It's like, dude, that's bullshit, okay? Look at Scott Adams, okay? Look at Scott Adams. Dude, yeah, I mean, it's like, dude, it's not even just whatever. If there were Somalian people, there are Christians committing fraud all over the world. My God, there are Muslims committing fraud all over the world. Muslims, there's certainly Muslims that are doing terrible things with money, and there are Christians that are doing terrible things with money. I mean, guys, there's so much shit being funded by evangelical Christians. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure, like, and, you know, not to mention there's shit being funded with Netanyahu's government, the IDF. Look at all the horror that's being funded you know, under the guise of Judaism. I mean, dude, it is just endless what these religions do. You know what I'm saying? Just endless. Somebody brought up Buddhism. So Buddhism, though, isn't a religion. Buddhism is a philosophy. There's no deity in Buddhism. Buddhism is about like seeking harmony and peace with everything that you share this planet with. So Buddhism's a little different, which is why it feels so different. It's why it doesn't collect financial wealth and all that shit. Because, you know, like if you go study Vipassana, the Buddhist meditation, you don't pay for it. It's free. Everybody can learn the Buddhist meditation technique for free. They fund you and feed you and house you while you learn the technique, and then you donate afterwards, because that's what true spirituality is about. It's about giving it away, right? And this is what's interesting, guys. I think this is part of why I like being a streamer, because streamers are kind of like that. Like as a streamer, you go up and you give it away. And then you count on people's goodness and graces, their good graces of wanting to invest in you. But essentially, I'm not like setting up a situation where I automatically take from you. It's like streamers show up and we just give it away. And then, you know, you count on the universe sort of like taking care of you. It's probably why I like this vocation so much, that it's, you know, it's giving. I don't know. There's really something about it that is like different, you know, different. Absolutely. Most streamers are grifters. See, I don't know about that. You know, there are certainly some streamers that are grifters. I don't know if I would say most, but I think, you know, audience capture can be a real bitch. Jomo Kenyatta, when the missionaries came to Africa, they had the Bible and we had the land. They said, let us pray. We closed our eyes. When we opened them, we had the Bible and they had the land. Oh my God. Dude, PJ, look at that shit. Dude, look at that. Isn't that insane? What Jomo Kenyatta, that's a quote, I guess, from Jomo Kenyatta. When the missionaries came to Africa, they had the Bible. We had the land. They said, let us pray. We closed our eyes. When we opened them, we had the Bible and they had the land. And guys, make no mistake. Oh my God, what a great quote. Dude, that's the same shit they did in South America, guys. I mean, tell me, the Catholics from Spain that took boats to South America, they showed up in South America and they were like, you guys got to take this book. You got to take this religion. And then who ended up with the land? Not the native people. The native people ended up with religion and the Spanish ended up with the land. And then they did the same shit in Florida here, okay, with the Amerigo Vespucci, the Italians, and the Spanish came in Florida. Then Americans from Britain come over, right, from England come over, and they take the North, and they did the same shit, right? Here, they didn't force people to be Christians. They just took the land outright, but it's all the same shit, okay? It was all the same, like one of the things with that religious colonization was the people who came and brought the religion ended up taking the fucking land, boss. That was the ultimate thing. They never just brought Bibles and didn't take the land too, dude. I know Buddha was mortal. Yeah, Buddha was just a dude, right? You know what I'm saying? But there again though, there isn't a, like, you could be a Catholic Buddhist or a Muslim Buddhist or a, right? There is no individual fucking like God that you have to bow down before in Buddhism, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, you knew Michael was a snake? Let's go, right? You choose love. Love is a good choice. Dude, they always take the land, guys. You know what I'm saying? Right? Right? See? Here. Look, even if you look at like fucking like the concept of Shiva, right? where it says that Shiva is not a supreme god, but a powerful divine being integrated as a protector. Okay? So like the concept of Shiva in Buddhism is not that Shiva is a like somebody you have to revere and do penance before in order to get their approval of, right? But the Shiva is like a wisdom giver. Okay? Shiva is like a person you go to seek divine knowledge, but they're not there to control you or to command you or to force you to obey. They're simply there to give. They give away the spiritual knowledge, right? They're like a protector that gives, you know? And again, right? There is, dude, so the thing about Buddhism and Hinduism is Shiva is a god in Hinduism, but there is Shiva in Buddhism too. I think Hinduism and Buddhism are like, they're loosely related, I think, right? I've never done a real deep study of them, but they both come from the same fucking place, essentially, right? You know, but there is a concept of Shiva in Buddhism, okay? And then it's like a Hindu deity, right? Right? But they're I feel like they're close. They're closely related. Relation between Buddhism and Hinduism. Let's just look and see. So they share roots in ancient India, right? Buddhism emerged as a reform movement challenging Vedic traditions, okay, leading to both overlap with some of the terms karma, rebirth, meditation, deities, and key difference. But Buddhism rejects the caste system, the Vedas, and an eternal soul, okay, and focuses more on fucking, you know, harmony, right? And then it says, you know what I'm saying? But they both come from the same place, guys. Okay? They both come from, they stem from the same area. Dude, stop. I'm Googling shit. I am Googling shit. I'm allowed to Google shit, boss. You're not the ultimate authority, okay? We're allowed to look at Google and study your religion via Google. And I don't have to be ostracized by you. You don't have the right to fucking get up in my shit because I'm not doing your religion, presenting your religion the way you want it presented. You don't own it. Okay? I hate to break it to you, but whatever your relationship is with Hinduism and or Buddhism, you don't own it. I can take Hinduism and I can make it into whatever I want to make it into because I'm a free human being. All right? You don't own the religion and you don't own me. So back off. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? That's just like the way it goes, right? Now you're saying come to NYC? I don't know what that means. That seems like a veiled threat. So we're going to get rid of you, boss. Right? I mean, see, again, though, there's the concept, right? That somebody like thinks like, oh, right? They think that you get to tell me I can't research religion. I have to like get your approval. Like, dude, fuck off. Okay? That is so arrogant to think about that think that you own religion. It's like, no, I can interpret Islam and Christianity and Judaism and Hinduism and Buddhism however I want. I'm free to do whatever I want with it. I could even take Hinduism and create a new religion called fucking Binduism and like make a brand new one like Scientology did or like, you know, Joseph Smith did, right? With Mormonism. And like, I can do whatever the hell I want and you don't own that shit, right? And that is like really one of the more toxic things. Like they supposedly get to reinterpret their books however they want, but we have to like bow down before them. And it's like, no, man, you need to get over yourselves, okay? You do. You need to get over yourselves. Like you're taking religion and you're like distorting it to where you have a relationship with it that is like wildly unhealthy, okay? Because it is your own personal conviction. We're not required, we're not required to like, obey whatever you say your religion is, you know? I mean, and then the person like threatens me or whatever. Oh, come here. Dude, fuck off, bro. Seriously, that's so weird, dude. No wonder we're so fucked up in this world, guys. I mean, think about it. Think about how fucked up we are. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so bizarre, dude. It is like we are so bent about things that are not important. But again, though, guys, this is about power, okay? Make no mistake about it, guys. This is about power. It is, because the thing is you've even seen it in this chat where it is about, even with the when you get involved, people that are deeply religious, it is about the power of them to control your narrative, even if you're not, you know what I'm saying? Even if you're not a member of their religion. How dare you insult my religion? How dare you, like, Google a religion? How dare you? I'm threatening you. You need to come and I'm going to punish you physically in person because you have, like, broken the rule. It's like, dude, I'm not even a participant in your goddamn religion. You know what I'm saying? That's weird, guys. Like, why do we do that to each other, guys? Like, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, what are we doing where we're doing that? Because, like, I respect you. If you're a Hindu and you interpret Hinduism the way you interpret Hinduism, I bet we could go to 1,000 Hindus all over the world and there would be 1,000 different interpretations of Hinduism. There certainly are 1,000 different interpretations of Christianity, and there's different interpretations of Islam. The Islamic people, the Muslims living in Minnesota and living in Dearborn, live differently than the Muslims in Iran or in fucking, you know, in Saudi Arabia or in Qatar, or, right? The Jews living in Israel are living differently than the Jews in Poland, than the Jews in New York City, than the Jews in Iowa. And, like, this idea that, like, if somebody does it a little differently, or if somebody disagrees or interprets the religion differently, like, it should come to violence, is ridiculous. It's ridiculous, okay? And it's about power, guys. It is about power, because it's about, no, we're the ones who own the supreme creator. We're the ones who have ownership over this earth. And so therefore, like, you need to bow down before our interpretation, because you're not the supreme power, we are. And that polarization, that creates war, guys. Okay? That creates war. You know what I mean? It does. It creates war, and it creates, you know, like, I don't know, people attacking people and things like that. You know, it does. It creates, like there are entire, like, I mean, historically, the Crusades, all this shit has been going on because of that. And that's what I'm talking about, though, where I feel like religion has gotten corrupted, because it's like yoga, okay? Can I just tell you the yoga story? Okay, so yoga is really great. It's a great spiritual activity, and it's not connected to God, or I suppose maybe some people do, but yoga is connected to harmony with energy, okay? Which is very similar to acupuncture. It's about channeling your energy. We do have healing energy in our bodies. Our bodies regenerate. You cut your hand and that shit regenerates, man. Okay, now, so yoga has gotten corrupted, okay? Because yoga is an individual practice. If you go back in the history of yoga, somebody would go and they would have a yoga instructor, and one person would go to the yoga master and they would be taught yoga from that one person. So he's teaching an individual, and that individual person is having a spiritual practice with a source of wisdom, okay? And this is down to that Buddhist thing about, like, Buddhism kind of does that, where you have somebody teaching you the meditation technique. But when you come to America, Okay, you come to America, you go to a yoga class, and it's now capitalism. It's one yoga instructor with 40 people doing it. And many of those people are not really getting it. They're having to sort of catch up and try and struggle through or what have you. But we have taken the practice of yoga, of a one-on-one personalization, and we have industrialized it to a mass audience sort of thing. And we've kind of done that with religions, where religion should be one person having a relationship with a spiritual cleric where they're learning about the religion and they're out there living the religion. And maybe they have a group of people they celebrate with. But now we have created religious nations, okay, where people are now amassing political power and financial corporate power. And they're taking resources from the earth like oil and rare minerals. And it's like groups of, it's religions that are doing this. And even if it's not full-on theocracy, there is still, like, if you look at America, we're not a theocracy, but we kind of are. Most of the people in our state governments and in our federal government are Christians. They're constantly denouncing Muslims. They're constantly trying to kick Muslims out of government. They're passing laws based on the Bible. In Alabama, there was a Supreme Court decision that mentioned God like 30 times in the court decision. So we are sort of a theocracy. Certainly, the money putting these politicians in office is coming from AIPAC or the Koch brothers or like these corporations that are being led by huge evangelical Christian people. So it is mostly Christian money that is paying for American political power. And then they use their Christianity to justify the anti-trans bills or the anti-immigration things or the anti-abortion, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know. I feel like we have a lot of, like, there's a lot of inherent theocracy here. You know what I'm saying? There's a, you know, it's, I think some of this is a little problematic, you know? You know what I'm saying? It really is, guys. This stuff is crazy, you know? And like, I don't know. I mean, I just don't know what our future is when things get corrupted like that. Okay? It gets corrupted, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, look at what happens now in America. Anytime a deeply evangelical person gets mad, okay? Like, right? You know what I'm saying? Anytime a deeply evangelical or deeply religious person gets mad at a law or the system or whatnot, they try to use their religion to justify, you know, like some legal, like, you know, some legal proceeding that will give them the power to sidestep the law, you know? And dude, most of the court cases that are challenging the constitutionality of things in America are religious motivated. It's like crazy motivated. Like, in fact, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would not be surprised, right? I will file my own thing with YouTube tonight, even about like banning somebody when we're having a heated discussion about religion, because sometimes those people will go to YouTube and they will say, oh, this person was like talking negatively about my religion. They used to do that on Twitch all the time. I always leave a paper trail when I talk about this stuff with the platforms, because they try to get you banned if you upset them, right? If you tell people like, hey, don't put your Christianity in my chat, and they do it anyway, so you ban them, and then they're like, oh, that person prevented me from just filling up their chat with my religion. But like, dude, I have freedom from religion. I have freedom from being threatened by people and who are practicing their religion. You know, like I don't have to be forced to like be exposed to religion. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? I mean, dude, but it's like there's like a vengeance and retribution, and like I will punish you for you, like not allowing me to be the ones in control that comes with, you know, religious power. There's a power that comes from it. There's a power that the practicers of religion believe they have the power to then tell you what you need to do or how you need to do it, you know? When at the end of the day, guys, you ready for this? I want to drop a bomb on you here. Is that your religion, if you practice your religion, it is only sacred to you, okay? And that's the thing that religious people forget. It is sacred to you, guys, okay? To you, all right? And we all have our belief systems, okay? Which means, like, you know, it's like your belief system, like you could have a religion. Let me give you an example. Okay, you could have a religion where you believe, I'm going to make something up here, but let's say it's salami. Okay, you have a religion that says salami is the devil's meat. Okay, you just can't, no, let's do it for the sake of humor. Let's say pimento loaf, because that shit is gross. Okay, the pimento loaf with the little olive pieces in it. So your religion says pimento loaf is the devil incarnate. Anybody who eats pimento loaf is the fucking Satan. They're eating Satan's innards. That is your religion. And you are like, oh my God, you can't even be in the same room with pimento loaf. You won't even go near the deli counter because the devil's like innards are in that fucking counter. Well, here's the thing. Is you have to be able to sit next to a person at a table in a restaurant who's eating a bunch of pimento loaf, and you have to understand that that guy's not eating the devil because he doesn't believe in your religion. He is simply eating a kind of gross meat that he's very fond of, right? But that's where religion gets complicated, because how do I believe that the pimento loaf is the devil's innards, but I allow this person who doesn't believe in my belief system to think pimento loaf is his God? And right? And so, like, how do I coexist there? And if you're going to exist in society, you have to find a way to, like, you're never going to eat pimento loaf, but you have to understand that some people worship pimento loaf, and that's cool for them. They're okay. They're not going to go to your hell because they don't believe in your hell. They're not going to go, right? They're not going to go to any hell if they don't believe in hell. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, that's where religion gets super, super complicated, because almost every religion, like, many of them will be like, well, wait a second, you just can't eat pimento loaf near me, guys, because I can't be near you eating the devil's innards, and I have a right to be out in public, so therefore, you got to either stop eating that shit or you got to leave, okay? And this is the conundrum of all religion, because your religious tenet and your religious morality only applies to you, okay? If pimento loaf is your devil's innards, that doesn't mean my pimento loaf could be my deity, for all we know. And neither of us is right, and neither of us is wrong. We're both literally just having our own personal pimento loaf experiences. And guys, this is the part that gets so wonky, you know? You know what I'm saying? This is the part. Somebody said, what about him? But you see what I'm saying? I know it sounds like a funny story, guys, but it really is something that we fall apart on, okay, with religion. I think most people who participate in religion fall apart on this. They fall apart on this on, like, the gay issues, right? Like, if your religion says you can't be gay to be in your religion, then if you're gay, you're allowed to pretend you're not gay, or you're allowed to be gay in secret and feel shame about it and have your own personal whatever. But you don't have the right to walk up to any other gay person and tell them that they are non-compliant or that they are like should be ashamed of being gay as you are, because they don't. If they don't believe in your religion, or if they believe in your religion and they're fine with being gay in your religion, like, dude, they are not forced to have your experience with it. You know, they're allowed to tear into that pimento loaf, boss. They can lick the pimento loaf and then throw it away afterwards. Okay? Now you're hungry? Dude, let's go. You know? And I mean, this is something we have to work on, I think, as a population, right? I think we do. Like, we have to figure this shit out. Okay? Because in America, I don't even really see us having a left and right divide. I see us having a religious divide versus like people that are either not religious at all, or they're religious, but they don't like judge other people. And then there are people that are religious and believe their religion grants them a type of righteousness that allows them to take power over people. And that's the battle we're having in America. And it is a class battle too, because most of the people that are really wealthy in America are also religious in a Calvinist sort of way, where they believe that their wealth is a sign that they are living correctly in God's eyes. And we haven't talked about that, how much of America's class situation is religious based, that like a lot of the wealthy class are Christians or Catholics, but they are Christian and or Catholic in a way where they believe their riches are a sign from God. And so, right? And so that's why they're so concerned about increasing their wealth, because it's like increasing their godliness. You know, it's really super like demented and dangerous, I think, you know. Live, laugh, loaf. You like that? Dude, you like that pimento loaf? Dude, I think it's a good metaphor. But anyway, to the two religious people that muted you guys, I don't know if you're still here. Just know that like I do love you guys and I appreciate you like living your thing, and I encourage you to live it, but you do have to respect my ability to not live it, and certainly to not be threatened when you tell me I'm like interpreting or looking at your religion wrong. You don't have a right to threaten me, right? You don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's no good. You are pro loaf. Dude, I am loaf. My dad always told me all you do is loaf. So I guess maybe I am the pimento loaf, right? Right? You know what I'm saying? That's why you love me. Let's go. Dude. It's crazy. Can you believe that all of my life, my dad used to tell me that I was lazy, guys? That was his operative thing, was to tell me that I was lazy. That because you know why he thought I was lazy? Because all of the things I put my time into, like, never generated any money. And so he always called me lazy because I wasn't generating money. You got a lust for love. Oh, dude, somebody said dance party, dude. Let's get it going, dude. Cold Blue, let's go. Right? And the thing is it's never been that I've been lazy. I've just never been concerned about making money. Cohen is probably implicated in those files. Yeah, free expression. We're going to talk about Cohen. We've been on a little jaunt. I'm going to set the dance party goal, and then we're going to transition. You say Zionism controls Congress. Yeah, see, Joe Johns, I'm gonna give you a real quick last thing I'm gonna say about religion. Then we're gonna do dance party goal, and we're gonna move on. I disagree with the notion that Zionism controls Congress. I think it's the other way around, guys. I think Congress lets Zionism control them to a degree with money, but they're not doing it to be controlled by Zionism. They're doing it because they're using Zionism to bring about the rapture. So the thing about it is they're not like, ooh, I'm going to be controlled by these guys. They want their money and they want the Zionists to fucking bring about the rapture. So they are relinquishing some control the same way that they relinquish control to Donald Trump in exchange for him allowing them to be corrupt. Okay? And that's really what it is. The Zionists don't control the U.S. government. The U.S. government, like, they're allowed to be corrupt in a certain way when they fucking allow the Zionists to be corrupt in a certain way. So they relinquish some of their power to the Zionists in exchange for money, in exchange for getting what they want over there in the Middle East. So it is not simply the Zionists controlling. That would be too simple. It's more like, no, we're willing to give up a measure of control, but you have to be doing what we want you to be doing. Right? Because the reality is when you look at shit like the decimation of Gaza and all the like imperialism that goes on in the Middle East, all the wars going on, the American evangelicals want that shit happening, guys. Okay? They do. They want the rapture. They want that country, that nation of Israel to like cause the whole world to blow up so they can fucking go be with Jesus. Okay, it is a toxic, like they're using them. Okay, they are using them and they're getting paid too. They're getting paid to use them. It's like truly dysfunctional. You go are the opposite of lazy. Yes, Ark, I am the opposite of lazy. Dude, it's just that I didn't revere money. Okay, like, you know what I'm saying? The like that was the main thing with my dad. Okay. Is my dad was obsessed with like, you need to have a job, you need to make money, you need to make sure you have a steady income so you're safe and whatever, and you're working hard. And I like to work hard at shit that didn't bring me any money, that brought me soul satisfaction, whether it was music or art or painting or, you know, whatever. Could be designing my own website. It could be, you know what I'm saying? It could be surfing. I would invest a lot of time into shit that made me feel harmonious and valuable and connected in this world, right? Made me feel good. And it didn't matter if there was any money, right? Money, I would just occasionally, you know, whore myself for money, right? I got to pick up some shifts. Or if I made a whole bunch of money, I'd work less then. Right? Because I wasn't in it worried about the money or the security. I'm more worried about like my soul feeling, you know, like good. My soul feeling like I'm making humanity a more beautiful experience. Right? You know what I'm saying? But so the thing though, Nameless though, the thing about the whole, even the money with Israel, like, dude, the U.S. doesn't give Israel that much money, okay? I mean, dude, we give them money, but, like, it's a drop in the bucket compared to what we spend on fucking our defense budget and shit. We really don't. You know what I'm saying? Giving a country, they just gave $40 billion to fucking Argentina, right? And then they said, oh, they didn't take it all. I don't buy that for a second. But you know what I mean? I mean, dude, I'm not saying we should be giving them money because I don't think that money is well spent. You know what I'm saying? But like the fact of the matter is if we stop giving Israel money, we're not going to have health care here. All right. Don't think that. We'd have to stop giving the Pentagon money to have health care here, guys. Okay. We have to dig into the Pentagon and we have to figure out something about we have to reform our medical system. Because there is a lot of fraud, guys, and it's not Somalian people or like, you know, this, that, or the other, or leftists or whatever. There is a lot of fraud just in America in general. You know what I mean? There is. I think America is sort of like defined by fraud because everybody's underpaid. So if you look at America, guys, almost everyone in America is like fudging their taxes or not reporting income or they have some side hustle, or they're renovating a building without getting the permits. They're having contractors work that aren't licensed and bonded. You know what I mean? It's like we're all engaged in this. People are working low-income jobs, and they're taking shit from work home. They're bringing home toilet paper or office supplies or whatever, or they're like skimming a little bit here and there. Oh, they're over reporting their hours. I mean, if you looked at it, I would venture to guess that most human beings in America are like in a precarious enough situation where we're all committing some type of fraud. I mean, I was not reporting cash tips for, 20 years, bro. And I didn't feel like I was doing anything wrong, man, because those tips were not a guarantee. That was not an income. Those tips were like a contract between me and the people I was waiting on. If I provided bad service or let a table fry because I didn't like them, they didn't give me a good tip. And believe me, I controlled the amount of tips. You know what I'm saying? We literally pay for their health care. Yeah, but you could say we pay for their health care, or we pay for their roads, or we pay for their whatever. I mean, dude, whatever, we give money, doesn't matter. At every country we give money to, we pay for their health care. So what? I don't fucking care what we're paying for. I care what we're doing here. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem giving other countries money. I do have a problem giving other countries weapons and shit, right? And that's the thing, though, that sucks about America, okay? I mean, if we took care of us, I wouldn't even have a problem. Like, I didn't have a problem with USAID. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem necessarily with helping other countries financially. I don't like giving them weapons, though, or selling them weapons, or giving them money that they're then like bombing people with, okay? But guys, the thing that sucks about America, okay, is the thing that sucks about America here, guys, is this, is like all we do is sell weapons, guys. That's all we do. And Trump did not make tips tax-free. There's a limit on that. It's like 25 grand or something. Trump made some tips tax-free, but nobody reports their tips anyway. So Trump didn't do shit. Every tipped worker has been not reporting their tips. Nobody reported their tips. So Trump saying, oh, I'm making them tax-free. He did nothing. And he put a limit on it, 25K. It's bullshit. Dude, that was such a non-thing to do because nobody ever, dude, I knew like 10 people in 20 years who reported tips. But anyway, guys, what I wanted to say about America is we sell weapons. Okay, guys? All of the wars, almost all of the wars that have happened in the last 50 years, we have funded them. Okay? We're selling the weapons or giving weapons to Israel, to Ukraine, to fucking, Saudi Arabia, to Qatar, right? We sold weapons to both sides in Iran. Like, we literally, South America, all we do. Where do you think the cartels get their fucking guns, guys? Right? You look at the cartels in Mexico that now Trump wants to fight. Where do you think they get their fucking guns? Oh, sarcasm, I got you. Where do you think they get their guns? Dude, from us! Like we are the dirty merchants of death. America is. Our country have been the merchants of death on the planet for a while, guys. I don't know how we get out of that karma, dude. That's been our entire economy is propped up on selling deadly weaponry. That's kind of rough, guys. Right? Isn't that crazy when you think about it? Dude, that's I mean, that's a karma that we do have to contend with. I mean, if you look at why we're killing each other, and if you look at why we don't have any health care, why we allow school shootings, why we have no compassion, and why we're now, Gestapoing immigrants, I believe all of it is connected to our own internal suffering for being the merchants of death in the world. Like, we are the deliverer of the weapons that cause mass destruction. And we do it and profit from it, and we have for a long time. And so our whole country is just in a constant state of turmoil because we're not living right, guys. We're not living right. Our entire economy is based on murder. So yeah, of course there's violent clashes. Of course there's all kinds of crime and murder and fraud and everything else. And you know, harm and warring where we're fucking nasty to each other because we're not living right, guys. All we do is sell destruction. Okay? We sell destruction. You know? That's what we do. We sell destruction. And so, like, you can't sell destruction and really have a peaceable life. And guys, this goes on the personal level too. I was a bartender, okay, for 16 years, okay? For all but like 3 of those years, I was sober, okay? I was a sober bartender, which means I wasn't poisoning myself with the alcohol. I was just bartending. And being sober, I was a responsible bartender. I would cut people off. I was pretty careful about like trying to keep people out of harm's way and make decisions that took care of them. I was like a really good bartender. But guys, selling intoxicants had caused harm to me. Even being a sober guy, being a bartender and selling people poison and profiting off of it had a karmic fucking like an energy cost that like there was a misery I had while doing that job that I could not shake. And guys, you ready for this? So I quit bartending. I became a gaming streamer, okay? And then you know what I found when I was a gaming streamer? It was the same thing. All of my like people that were watching me were addicted to a video game. So like the gaming streamer, I was like selling alcohol to kids. I wasn't, but I was selling video game experience to kids. And I was in another cycle of like addiction and weirdness and poisoning. I felt like I was poisoning kids because I was making these funny TikToks and like 6, 7-year-old kids were watching my TikToks and going and getting into Fortnite. And dude, that was like weighing on me. It's like, dude, I can't be selling gaming to kids, you know? Dude, they did get pissed that I had their dream job, but like I didn't feel right doing it, guys. I felt like I was poisoning kids in it being a gaming streamer. You know, it didn't feel right with me. It didn't feel good. And my soul felt like, oh man, this is crazy. And I was addicted too, you know what I'm saying? There I go. Always the salesman. Dude, I think there's something to do with our, like those intoxicants. Like if you look at Buddhism, right? If you look at Buddhism, dude, Buddhism is like, there's not a lot of rules, but one of the big sort of pillars in Buddhism is it says you can do anything with your life, except they ask you to not do 2 things, okay? They want you to not sell intoxicants and to not sell weapons. And those are specifically mentioned. Do not sell things that harm human beings, that kill humans, and don't sell things that poison them. No intoxicants, right? But any other job, right? And they don't say you can't do it. They just say that those 2 jobs won't lead to harmony, right? Like you can't really be harmonious if you're selling weapons or if you're selling intoxicants. Like you will always be in turmoil. And I've experienced it. I'm like, dude, Buddha wasn't wrong, boss. He was right on about that. You know, there's just a cost. And it's weird because when I was a bartender, I made a bunch of money, guys. I made a lot of money as a bartender. there was a price though for that money. There was a misery that I carried that once I got rid of that, and once I got rid of the gaming, when I stopped being a gaming creator, like I still have struggles. I still have ups and downs. It's not like, oh, my life didn't become a new life, but that particular type of misery that comes from profiting off poison, that misery is gone. And my life is better as a result. And so are the lives of the people close to me, because I'm able to be more aware and connected and compassionate, and like I'm able to be more open and vulnerable because I'm not suffering that, whatever that harm was. I don't even know how to describe the harm. It's like you take on a certain type of energy that then just sort of like fucks with you, right? Where there's a little buzz of like this negative energy that's occupying your space. And so I'm just less negative all around. Like I have less, there's less of a negative interloper in my worldview when I'm not doing those jobs, right? Did I know that 𝗙cie𝗶𝗶 is in the military? I did not know that 𝗙cie𝗶𝗶 is in the military. I'm not really surprised by that though, because I know he was from Iowa, and he was not from a wealthy family. And that is, that my family was a military family, guys. All right. It was, dude, I am the only guy, right? I mean, there were 4 boys, okay, in my family. Well, 4 half brothers and me, right? So there are 4 boys and me. So 5 of us total, 7 kids, 2 girls, 5 boys. But the 4 are like my mom's kids. I was the only kid of my mom and dad, but everyone was in the military. One of them wasn't. One of the 4 was not in the military because he tried to join the Marines, but then he went to jail. So if he hadn't gone to jail, he would have been in the military. But everybody was in the military, right? And he only wasn't in the military because he went to jail. And my dad was in the military, okay? And my mom's dad was in the military. I mean, dude, if you're a working class family in the Midwest, like, or in, he was from Idaho, that kid. But if you're in a rural sort of red state area and you're working class, you go to the military. A lot of young people, that's their ticket out, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, my dad wanted me to go in the military, right? They'll straighten you out. You'll learn discipline. You'll learn how to work hard, right? You'll get your college paid for, so they wouldn't have to pay for it. Dude, or you know what I mean? Right? Whereas, like, I'm a little different. I don't want my kid to go in the military to pay for college. I'll pay his goddamn student loans if he wants to go to college. Oh, dance party? Dude, I thought I started the dance party, dude. Didn't I? I thought I started it. Oh, yeah. I went on a tangent. All right, we got to cover some shit, dude. Sorry. Guys, can I just say something here? Let me just show you, okay, that, like, so, like, I said something about Charlie Kirk, like, several months ago, okay? Like, when I said some, pretty, I don't know, like, crazy shit about Charlie Kirk on a rant. Dude, stop stupidity, let's go. And so we got put on, like, a 3-month probation. This happened right before my birthday. And so I've been on probation, okay, for 3 months, which means, if something happens, I don't get a warning, I get a strike. And remember, we got a strike. I got banned for 3 days, and then the strike just disappeared because I got banned for something I guess I didn't do. But anyway, guys, if we look at the warning, right, I've had this community guidelines strike here. Okay, look at this. It expires January 19th, okay? Which is at midnight, okay? my white privilege is showing? Dude, I mean, it's impossible for my white privilege to not show, boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always on display. I don't know what you think you're accomplishing by saying that repeatedly. You know what I mean? You know? And like, I get it. You're a troll, right? You said it repeatedly multiple times. You probably want some attention and argue, I'm just going to get rid of you, right? Because, like, that's a no-brainer. Like, of course, dude, all white people, our white privilege is constantly on display, right? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's always on display. But no, you came in here and you, like, your messages have been questionable, boss. I just looked at your messages, all right? And your messages are, you said it twice and deleted it. You said your white privilege is showing, and then you said your white privilege is really showing, right? And you deleted both of those. And then you said, I think that you're warring. Then you said God answer. And then you said it once, but you know, right? So you could talk out my ass. I mean, I don't know what you are. I'm just going to, like, remove you because I don't like your energy. Your energy just feels very attacky. And you lied. You lied about saying it twice. So you're gone. All right. I don't know what your deal is, but, like, white people, our white privilege is always on display. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Dude, it is like infects everything I do. Okay? Like, even to the point of, like, how am I able to build fucking YouTube channels? Because I'm a privileged white man in his 50s, okay, that is, like, can get endless credit cards. I could have no job and no money, and they'll send me a credit card with a $25,000 limit. And as long as I figure out some way to not default on the payments, they'll keep sending me those cards. And then I can move the balances so I don't have to pay anything for a year. So I can charge 10 grand and move it and make it disappear for a year and fill up another credit card. I did that for 3 years, right? You know what I mean? And that's white privilege, though, white male privilege. If I was a white woman, it would be infinitely harder. It sucks, though. Right? Because I don't mind necessarily having white privilege. I just wish we could empower other people to have some of that privilege. Right? You know what I mean? Like, so we're all having a little bit of privilege. You know, it's like terrible trap about credit. So guys, credit cards can be last thing I'm going to say. Then we got to do some politics. But guys, our credit card, our credit stuff, our credit, like, our privilege is a constant thing, guys. Okay? It is like all of us that are white people have some sort of privilege here in America. But anyway, this is expiring. So hopefully, please, YouTube, if you're listening, don't, like, ban me tonight because I know it's expiring. And I've been good. I've been, like, totally good, YouTube. I love you. I appreciate you, but guys, I want to say something about the credit, okay? And here's what I want to say. Is credit, is it a trap? Can it be a trap? Yes and no, okay? But again, I am a white man, so my relationship with credit is different than some people. Because you know how it is for white men? Is here's how it is, guys. So why do I use credit? I'll tell you why I use credit. I use credit because I don't like to have to worry about prices. And I don't like to have to adjust my quality of living in times that I don't have any money. Dude, Natty, let's go. Thank you, boss. Okay? This is very important to me, guys. When for me, I live absolute quality of living. I charge everything I use on one credit card. And then if I have enough to pay it off at the end of the month, I pay it off. And if not, it accumulates. And then I go out and find income in order to pay the shit off. And then if I get out of control, like when I was building my Twitch channel, I would get more credit cards, move it, adjust it. Sometimes Jenny would manage it and we would do balance transfers and all this. But so credit cards, I have been so good, 𝗙𝗧𝗏. But credit cards are very dangerous because you can get underwater and you can get overwhelmed and you can get to that point where that shit is just consuming you. But then, guys, if you're a white man, you just go file bankruptcy, okay? You just go in and you can even have like money in the bank that you took off those credit cards. You just go file bankruptcy and it all goes away. And then you have to wait 7 years for a credit card. I actually think I got another one after like 5. So you can't have any credit for a couple of years, but you know, you just make it go away. And white people do that. White men do that. They go and live high on the hog, and then they file bankruptcy, and then they live meagerly until they can get back on that credit train. And I mean, right now, my credit is, you know, is like 850 or something. My credit score is ginormous. But like, dude, I filed bankruptcy in, you know, when I first got sober, 2008 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I did. I filed bankruptcy. I had like $80,000 of like debt that just haunted me, right? Pinky, let's go for years. And I couldn't get out from under it. So eventually I filed bankruptcy and then I rebuilt it again. But it's easier if you're a white guy. Dude, all the billionaires have filed bankruptcy. Companies file bankruptcy. I mean, that's just the whole thing, guys. You can file bankruptcy like every 10 years. You know what I mean? Like when you think about this, guys, you could do this, okay? I'm not saying you should do this, but you could go out and get $100,000 worth of credit cards, and you could take cash advances and put that money in a safe, or right? And then you could go file bankruptcy, and you now have $100,000, and you just tell them, oh, I was frivolous, I was struggling with drug and alcohol addiction, blah, 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 I feel so bad. And then boom, they rubber stamp your shit, the credit goes away. Now you got $100,000 in your safe. And now you go and fucking wait 7 years. You got to go out and actually not use credit. But then 7 years later, you can start doing the same thing. You build your credit for a couple years, and then 10 years later, after that bankruptcy, you get a bunch of cards, you pull all the money off, then you go file bankruptcy again. Now you got like $200,000. You know what I mean? And it's not actually technically fraud. I mean, I suppose it is because you're not reporting that money, but people do this kind of shit, guys. You know what I'm saying? And no, this is not financial advice. I wouldn't do that, but there are people who do that, guys. That is literally how Trump got fucking famous, except he didn't do it with credit card money. He did it with investors. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like they, you know, and they don't do it every 10 years, but they do it like on 15-year cycles. You know what I'm saying? About to catch a strike. I shouldn't catch a strike. I'm just telling you how people operate. I'm not doing that, and I'm not a financial advisor, but you know what I'm saying? But people do that, guys. Like the financial, like, guys, this is the way people work the financial system. You know what I'm saying? People work the financial system, and they do it with businesses, okay? And they do it like they do it, or they do what they did with Red Lobster. I know I've talked about Red Lobster, where they bought Red Lobster because all the restaurants owned the land. And then what they did was they created a shell company that they sold the land of the Red Lobsters to a subsidiary. It wasn't really a subsidiary. It was a shell company that they were involved in. So they bought the restaurant chain, they sold the land, and then they took all the money out of the restaurant by leasing the land back to the restaurants. So they saddled the restaurant with debt, and they monetized they pulled all this money out of the restaurant chain by saddling the restaurants with debt, and then they owned the land, dude. And they did that with fucking Red Lobster. That's what they did, and it was legal, dude. That the whole, like, our whole economy is fraud, okay? It's so crazy, dude. Appreciate this bit of white privilege, dude. But like for me though, with my bankruptcy is I was actually underwater. You know, I was struggling with drug and alcohol addiction and shit like that. But guys, again, all the billionaires, they all live on borrowed money, guys. They never spend any of their own money. They're all living on loans, dude. And sometimes, you know, those loans are about to default and then they have to go find a way to fund them. They get a loan to cover a loan and they just keep bouncing that shit down the line, right? Stop stupidity. Let's go. Dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, I am just telling you that most guys, like most of the wealthy people are just living in a world of legal financial corruption, okay? And there's white privilege, there's wealth privilege, okay? And yes, the real people pay for it. Like, that's the problem, guys. The reason why your credit card interest is so high, right? The creditors say your interest is high because you're a risk, but that's not true, guys. Your interest is high because the rich guys are filing bankruptcy and because the rich people are getting money at low interest rates. That's why your interest is high. They create a credit score system and say you're the one who's a big risk. But dude, the poor people usually stay buried in debt. They don't want to go file bankruptcy. And the rich people are the ones that are filing bankruptcy, boss. It was a rich guy that told me how to file bankruptcy. He walked me through the process when I was overwhelmed. He had done it like 3 times, dude. It was like his regular fucking spiel, dude. He told me exactly how to like do that right. Dude, the wealthy are conning us, guys. You know what I'm saying? Depositing an empty envelope is bank fraud. Yeah. No, I mean, but guys, let me just tell you, the rich people are doing fraud, guys. Okay? A lot of wealthy people are doing fraud. There's a real common one. Killer, let's go. You ready? Now listen to me. Again, I am talking about this shit. I am not endorsing this shit. I'm not saying go do this because you should not do this. But one of the main ways rich people do, and this Donald Trump got pinged for this, is with property valuation. Okay? They do property valuation fraud. All of them do. And how do they do it? It looks like this. When it's time to like pay taxes on their shit, they have somebody come in and undervalue their property. And when it's time to get a loan on their shit, they have somebody come in and overvalue their property. And every wealthy person in America does this shit. Every business does this shit. It's like their properties have 2 different valuations. If you're paying taxes, that means, oh, this property ain't worth that much. When you're asking for a loan, dude, this property is like, this shit is worth so much, right? Dude, it is, right? And the fix is in. The bankers let them do this, okay? And they know who to get in touch with to get that low appraisal, and they know who to get in touch with to get that high appraisal, guys, okay? And what's more, guys, is they do this shit in a con. You ready? This is part of gentrification, okay? Because what they did, like here in Portland, there was a black neighborhood in Portland called the Alberta Arts District. Okay, and what happened was it was a black neighborhood that then all the musicians and artists started moving into, because musicians and artists are multicultural. They don't care like what color their neighbors are. They love the diversity. But once the musicians and artists moved in there, it started getting cool. And then all the yuppie shitters want to come in and start buying houses because that's where all the cool people are. So you know what they did in Alberta here in Portland? They bought all of the black-owned businesses, okay? They went through and specifically looked for every black-owned business. They did it in Alberta. They also did it in the Mississippi district, okay? And so by buying the black-owned businesses, they would turn them into white-owned businesses so they were no longer a place where black people would come to congregate, which destroys then the community fabric of black neighborhoods. Because if you've ever lived in a black neighborhood, you know that they congregate, man. They will have picnics in the park. They will have fucking coffee shops that everybody in that neighborhood goes and supports. They will go support their local restaurants. They don't just sit in their houses. They have a fucking community feel and they welcome everybody. You can be white people in a black neighborhood and they welcome you right in. You know what I'm saying? It is the exact opposite of the way white people do. Okay, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, they do, man. There is and I know this is a generalization. I don't want to generalize all black people. I'm talking about black communities, like communities that are predominantly black. They value community and they value the community coming together and like spending time with one another. Okay. And so what's hard about it is then when they gentrify a neighborhood, the first thing the developers do is they target the black-owned businesses because they know if they convert those to white businesses, they ruin the community feel, right? And black people don't want to stay in a neighborhood where they can't, congregate with their community, okay? They don't want to live in a neighborhood where they never talk to their fucking neighbors and they all, live in quiet solitude, ignoring everyone around them. That's a white person fucking deal. But now my point, though, guys, is the reason why I got on this is not to give you the gentrification horrors lesson, but to say that what they do, though, when white developers go and buy black-owned businesses in a neighborhood they're gentrifying, they send in appraisers that undervalue the businesses, okay? They do that. Okay, so I'm telling you right now, if you are a black-owned business person or a black property owner, a black businessman, and a white person ever comes to you to buy your shit, make sure you don't use their appraiser. Ever. Because they will literally send you people that will undervalue your shit all the time, boss. That's what they do. Make sure you go find an appraiser that actually represents people of color and you go hire them and get a real valuation done on your shit. Because when they gentrify, they do that shit, guys. They fucking send in the people that say that say black people know this shit good. I'm sure they do, right? But I want white people to know if you're white and you're watching, because you need to knock that shit off, boss, right? Dude, a person is a person through other people, Ubuntu. You know what's so funny, Dystopian, is there was a production company called Ubuntu that I remember when I was a kid. TV production. Dude, where was Ubuntu? Right? There was a media called Ubuntu. That's interesting. I remember seeing that when I was a kid, right? On some TV shows. Dude, let's go. But yeah, dude, shit is crazy. Dude, it's a good word, boss. What language is that? 15. All right. So guys, let's get this dance party and then we'll go on to politics. All right, Keeler, let's go. Thank you, boss. Dude, let's dance. All right, we need 14 and 10. And then we secure the dance party and then we go on. Dude, this shit is crazy, boss. Dude, we're still, right? Missed one? Did I miss one? Stop stupidity. Let's go. I'll go up. We'll get it. Let's go, boss. Oh, there's another one. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Thank you. Thanks for the heads up, guys. Dude, 13 away. Ubuntu is an open source operating system. Let's go. It's Mayan. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, this shit is crazy. We're just having one of those days, guys. But guys, I'm off probation. In 39 minutes, I think that shit's gonna disappear. Please. Lord have mercy on my fucking soul, boss. It's so scary, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like when you have a warning like that and shit, because the thing is you never know what's gonna qualify as like right? Like, this is one of the scary things about algorithms. Stop stupidity. Let's go. When you're on a platform like YouTube or Twitch or TikTok, like the rules and how they've expressed them and moderate them are always changing. So you can say one thing and 6 months later you say the same thing and you get banned for it. And you have no recourse when it happens. Dude, Ubuntu for me and you, let's go. Dude, one of those days. Dude, yeah, sometimes we have those days where we just get philosophical. Today's definitely one of those philosophical days. Dude, let's get that dance party going. We're getting it, Arclight. Let's go. Thank you, Pinky. Thank you, JD. Stop stupidity coming in hot. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, 9 more, 8 more. We got this. 8 and 8. We're jamming. And then we're going to crank through a couple of news topics. And then I'm going to go make some videos. Love it. Do me. I will do me. Dude, I'm a stream of consciousness sort of guy. Somebody find me the link about the Charlie Kirk time traveling. Okay, stop stupidity. Thank you, dance party. Because I do want to look at Candy O about Charlie Kirk being a time traveler. But I don't know where to find that. So if you know where that link is, please put it in the Discord or tell me what video it is. Where do you think the Linux got its name from? The Xhosa and Zulu tribes? Oh, got you. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about Linux, guys. Stop stupidity. Let's go. I know nothing about Linux. Let's go. There we go. 6 Moss. Dude, I'll be honest. I was always, for a long time, I was a Mac user. Okay? I was a Macintosh user. I had an iMac for a long time. I had a MacBook Pro, like, laptop. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Because I was in the film industry and everybody was using Macs. Now people will use PCs because of there's Reds and fucking Airy Alexas. They're using digital cameras. So now you can use PCs. Support your local Black Panther chapter. Yes, JD. But my thing, I always liked Macs, and I'll tell you why. Okay? Pinky, let's go. See, all those big companies are corrupt. Okay? There is no corporation that is not corrupt. They're all corrupt. But what I liked about Macs was just proprietary systems. Everybody knows if you have a proprietary system, it runs better. Okay, and what does that mean for those of you who don't know what that means? Stop stupidity, let's go. So what proprietary means is that the company's making all the components, which means when you buy an iMac, every single iMac is made with the exact same components, made by the exact same manufacturers for the purpose of that iMac, which means every time there's an update, every computer just updates fine, because there's no like random components. Whereas with the PC, every PC is made of different components. So the minute there's an update, there might be 1 million users who have a component that doesn't really work well with the new update. And so they're constantly chasing the dragon, right? But normally with the Mac, you don't have to have any computer knowledge. You just turn that shit on and that motherfucker works perfectly, like all the time. Right? With the computer, every time I have an update, dude, I have like, oh, my fucking GoXLR doesn't work. Or now fucking OBS is being weird. And I have to Google and I have to try random shit. And I eventually figure it out. But with the Mac, you never, ever really have to do that. Right? You might get a spinning wheel of death occasionally or have a component go bad. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Dude, stop stupidity ×2. But for the most part, Macs are, if you don't want to know anything about computers, but you want a really well-functioning computer that never goes wrong, but you don't want to at all. I just want to use it. I don't want to know a goddamn thing about how to fix it or how to update it or anything. I just want to turn it on and use it. Then Macintoshes are really great, right? They are, because you don't have to know shit. You just turn it on and you go. Dude, Slava Ukraine, hero, Slava, let's go. Appreciate that. All right, dude, there it is. Dance party confirmed. Just like that, boss. Right? And they're expensive though, right? Yeah. But the other thing is though, is you can't really customize it either, right? You're a victim to like their updates. Like on PCs, you can fucking, you know, you can customize and change and you know, you can, you know, like jailbreak things and all that shit, right? You know, did the U.S. find a massive spacecraft on Greenland? I think they found a spacecraft called a mineral deposit, the SS mineral deposit. Yeah, dude. No, I loved Max, guys. And the only reason, I'll tell you right now, the only reason I bought a PC is because of gaming, okay? Even in the beginning of my gaming, when I was a gaming streamer, I did all my video editing on a Macintosh, Final Cut Pro X on an iMac, until the screen went out, and the computer is the screen. So once the screen went out, I was just fucking, you know, I just bounced. Look up the letter that got leaked. Put a link to it, Fisher. All right, we're going to look at this. I want to look at a couple little clips here of Don Lennon. All right. All right, let's see what we got here. All right. Dude, Keith Ellison, he is in the fucking on the hot seat here.
The state has every right to investigate this matter and prosecute this matter. The state has every right. And, you know, as a prosecutor, I'm not really allowed to make conclusory statements before the investigation is completed. But I do want to make it clear that there is absolutely no legal barrier to the state taking action in this matter.
So, but they're not sharing any information with you.
Well, but there's still a lot of information to be gathered, right? And the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is accepting and cataloging evidence all the time. There's lots of evidence, and there's lots of people who saw what happened, and so you know. And then here's the other thing.
See, this is crazy because the shooting of Renee Good, DHS has said we're not going to investigate it. The government is like, we saw the video, we're fine with it, we're not investigating it. The state wants to investigate it, and they want to prevent the state from being able to investigate it. So there's this fucking conundrum here. But it's weird though. Why? Because they don't want to let the state investigate fraud either. I mean, there is a hit job going on with Trump and Minnesota. It's pretty obvious. I mean, look at what Trump said about Ilhan Omar today. Like, they are gunning for Ilhan Omar. First, they tried to remove her from committee positions. Then they tried to, like, you know, they want to deport her. You have idiots like Randy Fine. And today, Trump, look at what he said right here. Look at this shit. Trump says there is $19 billion in Minnesota Somalia fraud. Dude, that number is made up, guys. Okay, there's not even $19 billion for all of that's more than all of the social programs in the entirety of Minnesota. And he says fake Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, a constant complainer who hates the USA, knows everything there is to know. She should be in jail or even a worse punishment, sent back to Somalia, considered one of the absolute worst countries in the world. She could help to make Somalia great again. So, dude, they're literally all of the public services in Minnesota aren't $19 billion. They're pulling this number out of their ass, right? There's probably $1 billion. I bet there's $1 billion. And I bet you could go to every state and find between 1 and 5 billion in fraud. Okay. And every state, right? If you went to Idaho, you'd find it. You go to Montana, Wyoming, Tennessee, it's everywhere. I mean, look at Florida. My God, Rick Scott was like, you know, he paid almost $2 billion payoff to have them just stop prosecuting his company for fraud. But they said 9 and then they said 19. But guys, even that 9 billion was made up. Okay, these guys are making these numbers up. The big fraud that got prosecuted was like 250 million. Okay. These guys are literally just making shit up, right? And again, none of these numbers are hard, guys. They are making these numbers up, and that's why they keep changing. Okay, it went from like something that got prosecuted was 250 million. Then Nick Shirley said, I found 110 million. And then it became 1 billion. Then it became 9 billion. Now it's 19 billion. And this is the same shit they did with the numbers for the undocumented people. It was 2 million. Then it was 5 million. Then it was 10. Then it was 15. Then it was 20. Then it was 25 million. And now they're saying, like, some people are saying there's 50 million undocumented, right? And I mean, all of this is just made up fucking propagandized numbers. They don't have anything here. You know what I'm saying? And again, Jay Poll, no, you do not have a number. There is no number that says that. I know you're trying to excuse the number, but like, this is a bullshit made up number. There is no fucking solid number on this because they haven't even investigated all this shit. So how would they even know, dude? The one that they do know was like 250 million. Okay, the one that was prosecuted. What was it? Angel? Was it? No, what was the one that was called? The food feeding. It was Feeding Our Future. And again, speculated, right? Speculated. Again, made up. Speculated means made up. Dude, thank you for letting me know. Okay, look at this. So this was 300 million in our Feeding Our Future case. Okay, 300 million. All right, sometimes it gets reported as 250 million. So it's 250, but here's one where the AI Department of Justice now says 300. But the Department of Justice also says 250 million, depending on when it comes out, right? Depending on who runs the thing. But again, though, guys, the thing about this is they're trying to extrapolate and throw numbers out there for PR purposes. But a speculated number is just that. It's made up, okay? It's made up, like their undocumented number is made up. And yeah, the person at the head of this was white. She was white, boss. But here, look at this shit, though, right? He's now making up the $19 billion. He says there is. He's not saying it was speculated or we're alleging or we're estimating this to be 19 billion. He says there is $19 billion in Somalia fraud. This is a straight lie. And he's saying that Ilhan Omar knows everything about it. That's another lie, right? And now he wants to fucking deport her, right? But all of this is like made up shit. And it's just more lies, okay? More lies, right? Because they're gunning for Minnesota. Why? Because Trump's friend Mike Lindell is running for governor there. So Trump is trying to destroy Minnesota, hoping if he destroys Minnesota, that Mike Lindell will have a chance at winning that election. And at the very least, though, he wants people to donate to Mike Lindell. So you ready for this, guys? You ready? Hold on. Is this thing on? Let me tell you the straight dope here, how politics works. By Donald Trump attacking Minnesota for the first half of this year, it doesn't matter if Lindell will win, right? Because Lindell's going to lose. But you know what Lindell is going to do, guys? He's going to raise a bunch of money. They're going to attack Minnesota. They're going to say fraud. They're going to say we can win this. They're going to say the Democrats are ruining the state. And all of the Republicans in Minnesota are going to give money. Okay? It's about getting the money. They don't care if Lindell wins. They just want Lindell to raise a bunch of money, right? That's what the goal is to fleece the Republicans in the state with a bunch of false hope, right? Same way they were doing it in fucking New Jersey when they were saying, we're going to win this, right? Right? Mickey's not winning, right? Or Mikey Shero, she's not winning, right? We're going to win. Make sure you donate, right? It's all about the money, dude. Dude, Lindell's going to melt down the machines and turn them into prison bars. Dude, Lindell is going to be giving away free swastika tattoos. Fuck, bro. Yeah. I mean, I hate to say, guys, like sometimes you do win by losing. It depends on what your approval rating is, right? The Democrats were in a real bind at the beginning of, like, after Kamala lost to Trump. They were in a bind because nobody wanted to give them any money, dude. Dude, I have not actually donated money to the Democrats since Kamala. I donated a chunk of change to some races there, and I was fucking disappointed. I was disappointed with the way some of that money was spent. But ultimately, I'm going to pony up for some causes, needful ones. I will in this election. You know, I'm not going to fucking sell the farm, but we do need to fight. Okay, we do need to fight. But I have not given since, but I will give in 2026 and I will give in 2028. You know, but I'm going to give sensibly, right? You know, I kind of want to give in flip districts, right? I feel like we have a historic opportunity to turn some red districts blue, and I would like to do that. Right? But dude, Lindell is so dirty.
I was watching TV this morning and I saw, Assistant Attorney General, I think Deputy Assistant Attorney General, number 2 at DOJ, say that they're not investigating. So here's a question. If the DOJ civil rights is declined the case already before they investigated it.
Dude, what the hell?
How can they justify not handing it over to the state?
Yeah.
They're not doing anything with it.
Yeah.
6 assistant U.S. attorneys here have quit because they were told you could investigate Becca Good, but we're not looking into the death of Renee Good.
Yeah. See, that's what they want to do. Dude, the federal government, not only does the federal government want to not prosecute the guy or even investigate the shooting, they're like, no, let's go investigate the fucking relatives of the woman who got murdered so we can try to make this look like some left-wing shit. Okay? You know, dude, Lindell was a crackhead. Dude, that doesn't surprise me at all. Have you looked at the man? Dude, he is as big a fucking degenerate as possible, bro. Yeah, no, the DOJ wants to cover it up and they want to investigate the family or anybody related to the woman who got murdered so they can try and make it look like some Antifa shit. Dude, this administration, guys, let me just tell you, aside from even the fascism and the racism and the Nazism, the Gestapo police force, this administration is the most corrupt government administration that we have ever had. They are openly giving huge contracts to their family, to their friends. They are not obeying any of the ethics rules. They got rid of the inspector general and the fucking entire ethics branch of government. It is like literally everybody in the Trump administration is just looting the till, dude. They are looting the till globally. They're buying pardons, right? It is like they created ICE with this bonus to just pay restitution to the J6ers. I mean, it is disgusting. Okay? It is like unbelievably corrupt and gross, dude. And like it's being funded by American Christians, bro. Isn't that crazy? Like, I mean, gnarly, dude. Gnarly.
So that's quite extraordinary as well. So people are quitting over this. So the federal government is going to have a tough time explaining and justifying why they won't release the physical evidence to the state, but they have also declined the case. It won't move on it.
Dude, yeah, that's crazy, boss. So here, what do we got with, is this the pastor in question? Is this the ICE pastor? Okay, so this is the guy. All right, this is the guy right here.
My name is David Easterwood. I'm the acting field office director for enforcement and removal operations, ERO St. Paul. My name is David.
Okay, so David Easterwood, okay, and he is the pastor. Dude, that's so dirty. That's not him? Is this a different church, or who is this? You're saying this guy's not him. Yeah, this guy is not him. The ICE pastor is this bald guy, right? Say bald if you're agreeing. The ICE pastor is the bald guy, right? And the guy he is a pastor at City's church, but the guy that Don Lemon's talking to is not the pastor, but they're having a discussion about the First Amendment. Yeah, the bald guy is the ICE guy. Let's see what they say here, though.
What do you think of this?
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship.
But there were folks who will say,
I have to take care of my flock.
okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here to worship Jesus.
Yes.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Dude, did you see what he said? He's like, don't push me, right? You know what I mean? But again, like you're there in the church to worship Jesus, but like also there are people protesting a member of your congregation. Dude, you know what I'm saying? One of the pastors, and they're allowed to protest. Like, I get it that you are there to worship Jesus, but those protesters are there to interrupt your worshiping of Jesus because one of your, like, flock, one of the leaders of your flock is a little bit corrupt, bro.
Okay, that's why we're here. That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a Christian?
No one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to chronicle what happened?
Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship. Yeah. We're here to worship. Okay.
Thank you.
See, but again though, this is like this guy. Here's the thing, though, with this guy, though, again, is this guy thinks because they're there to worship that their church should be exempt from the First Amendment. But, like, dude, here's my thing. These guys don't pay taxes, bro. These churches, the church does not pay taxes. So, like, I'm sorry, you don't get a special exemption from the Constitution, too. Already, I feel like they already have an exemption, not paying taxes, you know what I'm saying? But I did like the Don Lemon part where he said, don't push me, right? Because this guy's like pushing him. And this guy is, this guy, instead of this guy, here's my issue, okay? And granted, I have a little bit of a slant. I don't love the church, guys. You know me, I'm not a huge, lover of the church. I find a lot of corruption and shit with this, and I'm not a believer anymore in Christianity. I've found my way out of the church. But I think what's interesting is this guy's not concerned because he said, dude, I'm here, I got to take care of my flock, right? You heard him say that about how he's got to take care of the flock, but here's the problem where this guy's being illegitimate. All right, you ready? Because this guy is not worried about one of the pastors being in ICE and potentially harming members of the flock by selling them out for mass deportation, potentially to a country they've never even been to and they don't speak the language. He's not concerned about his flock that an ICE interloper might be masking up and behaving like a Nazi and harming members of the congregation or harassing brown-skinned members of the congregation. He's not that concerned about the flock, but when the protesters show up, he's concerned about how the protest is going to affect the flock. And I find that to be a little bit disingenuous, because if you really cared about the flock, you'd be worried about this guy, okay? You'd be like, man, we got to do something about this guy having a non-transparent ICE interloper. You know, I mean, think about that, guys. Why isn't he concerned about that? Okay? Why isn't he concerned about that situation? Okay? That is a problem. Right? And so let's see. Here we go. Let's see what happens here.
David Easterwood is a pastor here. He is also the director of the field office for ICE in St. Paul. So someone who claims to worship God, teaching people in this church about God, is out there overseeing ICE agents.
And masked
Think
up.
about what we've experienced. The murder of Renee Good at the hands of ICE. A Venezuelan national shot by ICE. A 6-month-old baby who
Tear
almost
gassed.
died as a result of ICE unleashing military-grade weapons on our community.
Dude.
How dare you claim to be a pastor of God?
Dude, I love this woman. Who is this woman, man? This woman is like, dude, I love her.
And you are involved in evil in our community.
Do you think Jesus would be understanding?
We're about worship.
These folks.
We're about spreading the love of Jesus in
But
these
did you try to
cities.
talk to them?
No church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday, and we were interrupted by this group of protesters.
Dude, what is with their eyes? Look at this guy's eyes, dude. Dude, why do they always look like fucking serial killers? You know what I mean? Like, what is going on with these people that they always look like fucking serial killers, boss? Like, why is that? I don't understand it. It is something, there is a Bibleized thing, dude. Like, you know, is it the fucking the spirit of Jesus or what, dude?
By this group of protesters. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not.
Dude, I mean, because if you look at that, look at him. All right, hold on. Look at him. And now, dude, let me just show you. Okay? I'm not even joking with this comparison, guys. Okay? Tell me that's not the fucking same look. Okay? Tell me that is not the same goddamn look, bro. Those are the exact same eyes, guys. Okay? So I'm not joking, boss. Okay? I'm not making a judgment about the religion here, but I'm saying that there is. Now, the thing about Charles Manson, okay, is Charles Manson had a kind of like religious belief that differed from modern religion. But he did have a religious belief that he believed that he was like anointed by God, and he was like, had put this family together that were going to instigate a race war. And then after the race war, they were going to be the white people that ruled the world. Okay. And it was distorted, but it was a biblical, it was tied to the Bible. Okay. And he used to preach this shit. He was a preacher. He lived like, you know, like kind of like Jesus did in the Old Testament. Up on Haight-Ashbury, he was a hippie. He picked up all the runaways and the strays and the downtrodden people and gave them a home, fed them and taught them how to survive outside the system. But like, guys, he was a sort of devout preacher. It's just his version of Christianity was like pretty fucking weird. But like, guys, that's the same shit. Those are the same eyes, bro.
By this group of protesters. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left.
Dude, somebody said Charles Manson was the first MAGA. Dude. Dude, guys, it's not drugs, okay? Like the eyes that come with religious zealotry is not drugs, guys. There is something about that fervent, like religion, like I don't know what it is, but there is a thing, guys. It is not everybody, not all Christians have it, but a lot of the really devout, fervent ones have it. And I've wondered, somebody said there, hypnosis. I've wondered if it is like if it's a type of self-hypnosis, right? You know what I mean? Like there is, because let me just tell you, and again, you can't generalize all religions, but when you look to the really fervent, like the praise be, these televangelists, a lot of their preaching and proselytizing is like self-hypnosis, okay? When they stand up there and they talk about the Spirit of the Lord and they get high on the Spirit of the Lord, they are sort of like reinforcing that they believe in it through their preaching. And when you get into the communal Christian churches that do things like speak in tongues, like my brother's Assembly of God church, there's a feverishness that happens that I've been there. I went to the Assembly of God church in 8th grade, and when they singled me out and brought me up front to have me born again and everybody started speaking in tongues, there is a crowd feverishness that you get caught up in. And then people start like fainting and shit because they're getting caught up in that group dynamic. This is the same type of group dynamic like Charles Manson manipulated a group dynamic with his family. Adolf Hitler used to whip it up with his followers. Donald Trump does it at Trump rallies, where it's a way of like psychologically building people up to a peak of fervent with the lock her up chants, the USA chants. It involves some type of chanting or mantras. It is like all the people that manipulate crowds use this shit. Jim Morrison of The Doors used to do this in his concerts, right? It's like a group mania that happens from like a fever pitch. You've heard the term building to a fever pitch. Yeah, Jim Jones, but in particular, Jim Morrison of The Doors, okay? This is what's crazy about him, because you look at Jim Morrison, you're like, why was this guy special? But if you talk to old hippies who used to see the Doors show, Jim Morrison would go out there and he would antagonize people in a way that they would like riot. He would get the peace-loving hippies to start tearing the fucking chairs out of the venue. Jim Morrison would, because he could just build that fever and he could feel their energy and he could contort the crowd into just fucking shit up, man. And that was his magic, is he used to go out there and fucking like create mania in the crowds, you know? And so like, dude, this shit is like, I don't know, dude, it's a weird religious phenomenon. They tap into this. Dude, ice out. I'm with them. Dude, but this guy, did you see this guy when it showed the pastor? The first thing he was saying was shame on you. Shame on you. And guys, it's like, dude, shame on you. Come on, bro. It's 2025, dude. I'm sorry, but shame on you ain't working anymore. Okay? I don't know, guys. Can I just share something with you? I don't know if you guys have had this revolution, but I have had a revolution in the last couple of years with MAGA where like they try to go to shame. Okay. Have you noticed how they try to go to shame? Like a typical MAGA post is like, what happened to the party of tolerance? Oh, this is the party that says we should respect women are now attacking Caroline Leavitt. The party that says we should, take care of women are saying mean things about Riley Gaines. They try to shame us. And meanwhile, they are shameless and nasty, and they use slurs, and they say gnarly shit. And so now when they try to shame me, I just double down with the boot right in the metaphorical ass. Dude, there's no more shaming anymore, right? Like a MAGA cannot shame me, okay? Like it is now relentlessly anti-MAGA movement. Like there's no more of like, you know, like no tolerance for Nazis, okay? You know what I'm saying? Dude, I'm just over that shit. Like I am over being, you know, I am over being sort of like overly respectful, okay? My respect is now based in honesty and with a dash or two of vulgarity, right? There is a dash of vulgarity. I admit there's a tiny bit of vulgarity in my process now. On the internet, at least, I'm slightly less vulgar face to face, but Candace's original video. Thank you, Bradshaw. All right, we're going to watch that next. We're going to move on to Candace, and then we're going to finish up with Michael Cohen. If you guys have a Michael Cohen, dude, thanks for the gifted Keeler. Dude, Keeler's here from Germany. Was bedeutet? Let's go. Welcome. What I was going to say is if you have a link for Michael Cohen, something we should watch about that, please put it in the fucking Discord. I'm just waiting for 2 minutes, dude. I want to see if my community guideline strike it goes away, dude. I think it's going to go away, boss. It says it expires January 19th, and it's going to be January 19th. I'm hoping it just disappears at midnight. And I really want to see if it's going to disappear at midnight. We're 2 minutes away, so I'm going to wait 2 minutes. Uh-oh. It says something's wrong. Now it's not even showing me the creator studio anymore. Dude, but now it's like saying some old like thing is age restricted. Like what is going on, dude? Now they're trying to say that some old, I just got a notification that some old live video from like 2 days ago or something has been age restricted, the Black Panthers one. And I'm not exactly sure why, but like, dude, I don't know what's going on with, right? Dude, I don't know what's going on with this weird, there's like some weird AI going on with YouTube where they keep saying shit is like age restricted. And that is a live from like several days ago. It is, hold on one sec. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, so now I submitted an appeal and they're going to review it, but there was something that it said got age restricted. I'm going to go ahead and make it private for the time being, but it said it got age restricted and it said something about like sexuality, but it was the Black Panthers video. And it, you know, it's possible that it was about the Black Panthers. Like he said some things about, you know, he made some comments, the Black Panther guy did. Like sometimes shit on YouTube gets weird where shit just gets age restricted later on, right? But anyway, it says my thing expires on the 19th, but it's still there. So feels targeted. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's hard to tell, right? It could be targeted. I mean, it could be simply this, guys. When you're small, you don't have the same level of protections. Okay? When you become bigger, you have a rep, you have a YouTube rep. And that rep is there to like help you. But I will say this, I don't know that it's necessarily, I wouldn't say that it's specifically targeted. I would say this, I would say that the targets on these social media platforms change depending on who's in power. Okay. Like for example, when there's a Democratic president in power and a Democratic administration, the right-wing channels have to worry about being anti-LGBTQ, and they have to worry about being, you know, super caustic, using slurs, and this, that, and the other. And then when there's a right-wing president, they're like kind of protected, and the shit they do is overlooked. And then the left-wing people are sort of like, because each time the platforms are worried about the administration getting involved. And you know, I do think, I know that, you know, when you know, before Elon Musk controlled Twitter, a lot of right-wing accounts got banned. And now that Elon Musk controls Twitter, those right-wingers can say the same shit and they will not get banned. But like left-wing people now have to worry about getting banned on Twitter, you know? And now the right-wingers often say shit that is more like nasty, but there is I didn't really notice this until recently, until the Trump years, but there is a shift, right? Like, for example, if a Republican president wins, you're going to go to the movie theater and you're going to see more movies that are like Jesus-based, or the movie, the main character's a Christian. And during a Democratic presidency, you're not going to see a lot of movies where the main character is a Christian. But during a Republican presidency, you'll start seeing more of that shit. And like, it's like I did not realize until probably the last, you know, I don't know, 12 years that like, wow, there really are cultural policing shifts that happen. It was like after 8 years of Obama and gay marriage, like society was all about like pro-LGBTQ. And then Trump won for 4 years and we had a pandemic and everybody got isolated. And now there's a whole like anti-LGBTQ shit coming forward, you know? And so it's like it's really weird how, you know what I'm saying? How the right? It's really weird how there is a like, yeah, shifts of power, right? And then it shifts with power, shift what the First Amendment means, you know? You know what I mean? Dude, movies are dying. Yeah, I mean, they are and they aren't, right? Because they are dying, but they're still like, I don't know. I hope they stay alive. Dude, we have the pass. Like we go and watch movies, we have the free unlimited pass. So we go to movies like at least once a week, right? And I hope movies don't disappear, right? Because there's like, dude, they're just, the way of like seeing a movie in that environment is like really important, you know? You know what I'm saying? It's important. It sucks that people don't go and participate in this shit, right? Film just needs to be reimagined. We keep getting the same kind of slop. Yeah, but you know what's fucked up though, right? What's fucked up about like the thing about the slop, and we discussed this a little bit. I think the problem is us, guys. Okay? I honestly do. I really think the problem is us, that we grapple with the fact that we degrade what we find. We keep degrading what level of drama interests us. And then so we only eventually respond to certain things. And this is whether you're looking at the type of movies that get made, or the type of clickbait titles on YouTube, or the type of content that blows up on TikTok. It's because we have become less refined and less, educated in how we consume. And we've just like let a lot of base shit consume us. And we've returned to a lot of base behaviors. And so therefore, like, that's what they offer us. It really sucks, man. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again, guys. When the aliens come and they look at the global timeline and they said, when did this go off the rails? And when did this just completely fall apart? It's going to start with reality TV, guys. Reality TV. Like the proliferation of reality TV and the competition for who could create the most ridiculous drama in the fastest amount of time. That's what sent us off the rail. Because we used to seek out drama that was scripted, with a message and with a moral or with a viewpoint or with some type of like communication involved. And then reality TV started like, let's just create an explosion of drama for no reason at all. Even if it's fake, it doesn't even have to be real. It could be, you can go out and just fake it and completely lie as long as you create the explosion. And then no repeat value is like, it needs to be different every time because you're seeking a bigger explosion, but it doesn't even matter what the vehicle is anymore. Like, right? It's like we're not on demand side anymore. It's like they're seeking the size of the explosion instead of the message or the quality of the entertainment. We're just looking for something that causes a big blast, right? But yeah, hold on. I'm going to go. I want to thumb through something real quick, guys. I want to pull up on my second screen here real quick. I want to pull up that this thing. I want to pull this up, and I want to pull it up and scroll through it. Oh. All right. I don't think there's any nudity there, right? There's definitely no nudity involved in that one. The age restriction, though, may very well, right? The age restriction of that, we were looking at Cenk Uygur and we were looking at Anna. I bet if we're going to find out that the age restriction on that maybe has something to do with some of the shit about like the child being tear gassed or something. I don't know. That's really weird. It said there was a nudity thing from that stream, but there was no nudity involved. But the child looking out the window at the city, is that me? No. So David, I hate to say this, but the child looking out at the city, that's actually an AI image. And I don't like 99.999% of the AI images, but that was an AI image where the prompt was a window to the world. And that was what the AI created from a prompt saying a window to the world. And I just looked at that image and it really like hit me. And so I've like held on to that image. It is a really good image, but I don't really like a lot of AI, but you know, occasionally, like that's the only AI image that I've really valued, right? In all of my experience interacting with it. This one is not AI. This is an actual photograph of New York City. But dude, Fear Factor. Yeah, no, it's a really good image. It's like, that's kind of like me. Like I was really sick a lot as a kid. I was sick a lot as a kid. I had a lot of, croup and bronchitis. I had 2 smoking parents. So I was sick a lot, right? Could be getting spam reported, maybe. But, usually there's a reason though. When, you know what I'm saying? Usually there is a reason when something gets pinged for age restricted. I think it might have something to do with the Black Panthers. Some of the comments the Black Panthers made, like maybe that Black Panthers thing is proliferating and they're trying to crack down on it, but we'll find out. Yeah, see, my main concern, was I born C-section? I was not. My main concern, guys, about AI is to go back to that reality TV discussion, okay? You know what I mean? Like, right? So when we went to reality TV, we degenerated our media impulse. We used to seek a message. We used to seek a moral. We used to seek a connection or some type of communal conveyance. And with reality TV, we stopped seeking all that stuff and we started seeking reaction and virality and explosion of impact. Okay, now with AI is going to be another evolution that's going to take out the human component. Okay, because what's going to happen is children are going to be inundated with AI content and their limited brains are not going to know that it's crappy. Okay, and that's why reality TV took on as a generation of young kids got fed reality TV and it became the norm. And now AI is going to take away the human soul, the human connection component, and it's going to just be widgets of reaction and farming and widgets of explosive virality, explosive impact. And so there's going to be thousands of them to where you're going to seek a bigger and a bigger and a bigger and a bigger one. But there's going to be a lack of human connection, which is going to create another type of distortion that is going to affect the way humans behave. Because guys, you ready for this? The type of media we consume affects our behavior, okay? Like as a kid, why did I come out compassionate and liking diversity and all that shit? Because I watched Sesame Street. I watched a show that taught me like multicolored is good. Different approaches are good. Different types of people are good. People that are different than you, go explore them. Go be nice to them. Go get to know them, right? The media influenced my shit, okay? If I had watched a bunch of Aiden Ross like influencers using the F slur and shit when I was a little kid, I would have probably turned out a little bit different, right? I mean, it's like your media affects you, and it can affect the other way. Like you can rebel, right? You can go and consume a media and be like, fuck this, I'm going to be the opposite of this. But you usually either, you know, become affected by it and grow with it, or you rebel against it. You can go either way, but eventually you choose the type of media that you want to connect with, and that's going to influence the type of person you are. If you watch a bunch of raging, this is why I'm so careful about those influencers like 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗪 and Cenk Uygur. Because if you watch TYT all the time and you watch only left-wing content creators that do nothing but rag on the Democrats, you're going to start destroying your own political party eventually. You know, you're going to get a real negative. Like, you have to have a balance. Like, I will watch some people who are hard on Democrats, and I watch a bunch of middle-of-the-road people that are like, go Democratic Party. I fucking balance it out because I don't want to just, like, get pulled to one or the other. Watch Zoom. I don't know what Zoom is. I've never heard of, what is Zoom? Is Zoom a TV show? Right? So for me, just to let you know, guys, like what my media was this. When I was a kid, I was heavily influenced as a kid with the kid shows. I watched Sesame Street religiously. I watched, Mr. Rogers, Electric Company, Captain Kangaroo. I watched, Conjunction Junction, What's My Function, right? All the cartoons. I watch all of that shit, okay? And no, I did watch the Muppets, yeah. But then, guys, also, I got adult TV as a kid because my dad, I watched all the crime shows as a kid. When I was 5 years old, I was watching all the crime shows. Cagney and Lacey, Simon and Simon, fucking, Vegas, fucking Magnum PI, fucking all of that shit, right? All of the crime shows. I watched all of them. Then I also, with my mom, we watched the adult shows, All in the Family, WKRP, The Jeffersons, fucking, Good Times, right? Dude, I watched Miami Vice with my dad. I watched all of that shit. So I watched all the crime shows with my dad. I watched all of the family shows with my mom. And then I watched all the kid shit. So Hill Street Blues, my dad didn't like Hill Street Blues. Hill Street Blues was a little too, I don't know. My dad watched more of the rural crime shows or the Womanizer lead. The Rockford Files, we definitely watched that. But my dad didn't really like Hill Street Blues because it wasn't like a stereotypical womanizer. But my dad had to have the womanizer leading man, okay? So we did not watch Hill Street Blues. I did watch a lot of MASH. Then cable TV, we were the early adopters of cable TV. My dad also watched Matlock and all those lawyering shows. But then when cable TV showed up, I went on my own adventure and I started consuming everything, okay? Once I got cable, which was like, I was like 11 when we got cable, or 10, and I would stay up till 4 a.m. and I watched everything, guys. I watched foreign news. I watched TBS. I watched black and white movies. I watched every crazy, like Lady Chatterley's Lover on Cinemax. I mean, I fucking watched all of it, guys. All of it. I consumed it all when I was, Porky's and The Last American Virgin and all those crazy, like, movies, dude. Dude, I went crazy on that shit because we had all the channels. Dude, my dad loved that shit. But yeah, so I never knew, I don't know what Zoom was, but I was exposed to a lot of adult content. Not adult content like today. I meant a lot of like rated R programming when I was a kid. I watched all that shit. Dude, MASH was amazing. But yeah, what was Zoom? I've never heard of Zoom. Zoom was a show of some kind? right? Dude, I guess my warning is still on. It has not expired, or maybe it expires after today, right? Dude, I hope I don't get like fucking banned again though, dude. That would be crazy. Can you imagine on the last day? All right. So yeah, I want to go to her video. I don't want to watch the Hill's interpretation. Put the link to her video, Bradshaw, and we'll watch her video first and see what she's doing. Zoom. This is, all right, let's look at Candy O's video. Okay, so the age restriction is kept in place for that video. So then we're going to be able to edit it. Hold on, I want to go and look at it. So the appeal, I guess we can remove. I want to go see what they want me to fucking take out of that video. Let's see what it is. Okay. So it's not telling me why it was age restricted. So that's weird. Okay. So it's crazy because it age restricted the video, but it won't tell me why it's age restricted or let me edit it to fix it. Right? Huh. All right. Yeah. Dude, yeah. See, they should. And normally they do, guys. Normally they do. But for some reason, let me see. Let me see if I publish it and put it out there. All right. And age restrict. All right, let me look at the video and see here if it will allow me to edit. It just says we've looked at it, confirmed that age restrictions are important, but it's not giving me an opportunity to edit it. So yeah, that's crazy. And let me see if I can find out if they send me a timestamp. Let me go look at my emails. Some troll the other night said he was going to get your channel taken down. Yeah, see, I don't buy that, though. You know, I don't buy that. I think that has to do with the Black Panther thing. Right? You know? I will reach out to them and try to find out. You know? I mean, people are gunning, and I don't worry too much about somebody like trying to take my channel down with false reporting because I do know people that have YouTube reps. So like every time this happens, I go and communicate with the people I know that have millions of YouTube subscribers that have YouTube reps and get counseled. So I found that people that try to like falsely get your channel taken down, they don't really have the power they think they do because when those reportings come, those mass reportings, that shit like works out. You know what I'm saying? And I think that has to do, that probably has to do with the narrative of the, you know, that like some of that shit going on with the Black Panther guy, right? But I will reach out to YouTube and try to find some answers. I'll probably ping them, you know, on the internet tomorrow, and we'll sort it out. Because it's really weird. Like, normally they give you, when they age restrict it like that, they give you a thing that says, like, you can edit the section out. And here they didn't. So were the Panthers talking vulgar? So the thing about it is the Black Panthers weren't talking vulgar, but it did have that message, that Black Panther message of, like, saying some shit about ICE, that they could be, like, they could consider that like a narrative, you know? You know what I'm saying? Right? There is some ICE things. Yeah, that was the ICE narrative, because there was nothing else really in that was crazy, right? I mean, we talked about Caroline Leavitt, and we talked about Tom Homan and Cenk Uygur and a little bit of 𝗪𝗪, but, like, the only thing that was really racy in that was the Black Panthers thing. But even then, the video hasn't gotten removed. It just got age restricted. But there's been a weird shit going on with, like, age restriction lately, right? The age restriction thing. Yeah. So what happened before though? Is when I got warned over the Charlie Kirk thing, it wasn't an age restriction. It was some rather aggressive comments I made about Charlie Kirk, covering some of the people that had been saying some things about Charlie Kirk. And so I got warned about, like, right, this is now in the age of Trump. You got warned, like, for example, okay, Donald Trump is going to, one day he might leave this planet, and there might be a lot of people on Earth that want to behave in certain ways after Donald Trump like passes on. And, like, if, like, YouTube or these platforms, you're going to have to be real careful what you say on some of these platforms, because you can't be mocking, horrible acts of people. Okay. That is like a newly instated thing that is now being very looked at, like how you react when people pass on or people suffer traumas. You're going to have to be real careful, guys. That shit is getting very policed now. And so I got a warning about that. But then when I got like false banned or whatever, I still don't know what it was. I got a strike on my channel after there had been an age restriction. I edited something out, and then my channel got struck later that day. And then 3 days later, my channel got reinstated and the strike was just gone. It was as though it had never happened. So I don't know if it was a false report. I don't know what. I had reached out to, like, YouTube liaison and YouTube support, and I'll do the same tomorrow about what happened to that video tonight. I do that every time, and saying, hey, can you make it so I can edit out whatever's problematic? See, the problem that I don't have, guys, the only problem I really have interacting with YouTube right now is lack of clarity. Okay. Right? It's lack of clarity. Like, when they restrict something on YouTube, I never really know, right? Even with the thing about the Charlie Kirk language, I didn't know. I had to sort of divine that later on and assume that, oh, it must have been this. They don't really tell you. And I mean, they tell you, oh, it happened around here, but those numbers are often not accurate. So whereas with Twitch, when you get banned on Twitch, you do get an email and you can tell. Like, the email will say it was this, or this. And you look at it and you're like, oh, right? Like, I got banned on Twitch once because I did this E-Date thing and one of the girls twerked. And twerking was not allowed. And so I got an email and let me know that I got banned because she twerked. And it was very, like, legitimate. Okay, see, with YouTube, it's much more vague. They don't even give you a timestamp or point you to what happened. They just decide to restrict you or mute you, and they don't really ever tell you this is what you did. And that lack of clarity is unnerving. Okay, I don't like that. That lack of clarity is a little bit unnerving. So I don't know, right? Like even tonight, we talked a lot about some, touchy subjects about religion and shit like that. And so like they could, after the fact, decide, oh shit, what you said was a little too harsh on Christianity or something. Like, I don't know. You're not going to get a reason, and you don't really have any recourse except to talk to people who have a bigger following and actually have a human being they work with. Now, I do know a couple people, right? Like when this shit happens, I can reach out to Brian Tyler Cohen, and he has a YouTube rep. Ben 𝗙𝗪𝗧 from 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗍 follows me on Twitter. I'm certain I could get a hold of Ben and get him on the horn and say, hey man, can I talk to your YouTube rep, or could you help me out with this? So for somebody to try and mass report me and attack me, I have people that are, you know what I'm saying? I have people that are, like in my corner to help me with this shit. So I'm not completely vulnerable. Oh, dude, making it members only. That's a good idea, right? Yeah, I'm going to make it members only. Good call, dude. All right, good call. It's still 18 and over, but I think our members are all probably 18. But I'll try to get some information. But isn't that weird, though? Isn't that weird? You should start doing more members-only videos. Yeah, Dushan, I just don't have the time, boss. I can only make so many videos. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm already so stretched thin. Like even streaming and trying to make 3 videos a day and shorts. Like I am so overextended, and members-only videos don't really get watched that much compared to, and they don't expand your growth. So like you're more bound to make members only videos when you have a very large audience and you have editors, and then you're making videos that like are encouraging memberships, and the people who followed you for a while and are members are getting something out of the deal. But now when I have a members only video, it gets like 100 views. And so that's not really, I mean, I'd love to be able to offer my members some kind of benefit, but I'm just not at the size where you do it, right? And so you do that when you're bigger. You know what I'm saying? He's only saying that, you know what I mean? Like I would love to make more members only content, right? Do I still talk to Arab? No, dude, I blocked Arab. Dude, Arab got really toxic. And so I blocked him, and I don't talk to him anymore because he went very much down that Andrew Tate, like fake, no real caring about politics, but fake using politics as a wielding it in the red pill sort of zone. So I blocked him. I have no intention of ever speaking to that guy again. Super toxic, bro. Right? I mean, he was my friend until like I challenged his red pill beliefs, and then he became, one of those people who tried to weaponize the red pill nature of the group. But I'm thankful for my experience with him, because it was him being a douche that finally convinced me I need to get out of that realm. Plus, dude, I don't like his content, like making videos trying to make cartel members look cool and shit like that. That stuff's really harmful, dude. You should not be going to cartels and making videos like they're cool, like you're some kind of badass. Like, dude, Yikes. That is like, no bueno. But yeah, dude, we'll sort this out. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, crazy though. Like, all right, that shit was like, dude, I don't know. I'm going to try and get some clarity here. Dude, I just think like, see, the thing about this, guys, is like, there is a thing about like humanity, okay? You know what I mean? And you like the Discord? Good. So there's a thing about humanity, guys, that like, if you look at American politics or you look at like red pill politics, and there's red pill and whatever, there's leftism. I know Elon Musk says like woke, oh, destruction of society or whatever. But guys, like capitalism is like, it may be our dominant system and it may be great for creating money, but capitalism is harmful. Okay? Capitalism exploits everyone on the bottom and puts all the wealth in the hands of a few. And it gives way too much power to people. It functions on addiction and ever expanding growth. Capitalism is bad for humanity. Okay. And there's no arguing about that. You may argue that it's a better financial system for generating money, of course, for generating power, of course, but it is bad for humanity. There's no joke. Now, when you look at some of this anti-woke behavior, anti-trans behavior, anti-LGBTQ behavior, using slurs, that's bad for humanity. And it doesn't matter, right? The red pill movement, you're allowed to believe in all that anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ, or those white nationalist things, but it is bad for humanity. And there's no argument about that. White nationalism is not good for humanity. Anti-LGBTQ, anti-trans behavior is not good for humanity. Okay? And there's no real argument about that. So the thing is politics gets hard because certain elements of right-wing politics are just anti-humane things, and they have political power, and it's always maybe going to exist in our society. But it's harmful, you know? I mean, it is harmful. Targeting transgender people is harmful. You know, a person being trans is not harmful. You know what I'm saying? A trans person existing is not harmful. A person thinking they're trans and then discovering later they're not, it's not really harmful. They might make some decisions that they regret, but like everybody does. Right? Cisgendered people make decisions they regret all the time. Okay? People make decisions they regret. You know what I mean? I mean, guys, you know, one night I wanted to right? You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to go out with my friends, and I went out with my friends and I ended up getting a DUI. Did I regret going out that night? Yes, I did. Right? That doesn't change the fact that drinking and driving is bad for humanity. Okay, the behavior I got in trouble doing was bad for humanity. I shouldn't have been drinking and driving, not because it's illegal, but because it's bad for humanity, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's certain things you just know, right? Killing people is bad for humanity. That includes war, guys. War ain't good, all right? There's no fucking war that ain't good. Now, that doesn't mean that like going to war to end the Nazi regime was good for humanity, but the war itself was still bad for humanity. So like, you see? And so the ethics of this stuff get really complicated, but, you know, I mean, there's just a lot of the red pill politics that's not good for humanity. And I mean, you saw this, guys, with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, where is it? Okay, like these guys, dude, look at what happened yesterday. Okay? Right? They're all on a bus, a bunch of young influencers. Okay? Look at these guys. You got Myron Gaines, you got Sneeko, you got Nick Fuentes, you got Andrew Tate. Okay, I don't see Andrew Tate. He's not in the pink suit. Who's in the pink suit? Who is this guy? But Andrew Tate was there also. And then you have Clavicular. And what are they doing? Okay, they're listening to Heil Hitler by Kanye. Okay, and then they went to a club and they were listening to this shit. But like, guys, this is bad for humanity. Like, can we be honest that like listening? Oh, is this Myron Gaines' brother? Is that who this guy is? Right? These guys are selling, like Nick Fuentes is selling, you know, groiperism to young men, and he's making millions of dollars, and they're all getting together, going to a club, flouting, you know, and these guys also, though, use religion. Oh, that's Tate's brother. Is that Christian Tate? Got it. Okay. Got it. Christian Tate. All right. So, but they go there, but like, dude, their shtick, like Andrew Tate's shtick, is bad for humanity, guys. Okay? It exists. It makes big money. Right now, you're going to make more money being an Andrew Tate clone than you are being somebody out there saying, hey, be compassionate and be real. But like, dude, Andrew Tate's shit is not Sesame Street, guys. It is bad for humanity. It's bad for women. Oh, Tristan, that's right. I said Christian. Tristan, thank you. Dude, I fucking knew that on some level, but dude, I don't like the Tate brothers. I don't. Those guys are very toxic for humanity, right? And they what's worse, the thing that's worst about this, guys, you know, the thing that's really bad about this, like you're gonna see Andrew Tate here. These guys are all yucking it up. Oh, this clip doesn't show him, but Andrew Tate was like down here just off camera. But so what's bad about this, guys, is this ethos that they're doing is like, it's not good for men, okay? Like men, like not, like being compassionate and empathetic and emotionally connected is really good for men. It leads to real self-confidence and not like confidence that's based on ego. Okay, so these guys are delivering a message that is actually really harmful and dangerous for young men, you know? And I mean, there's mostly no women. I mean, they have women here on the little bus or whatever, but there's not a lot of women in their world, guys, because not a lot of women want to subject themselves to this kind of energy. You know what I'm saying? It's like really... It's like some of this shit that they're espousing, this shit is really harmful. Like glorifying Hitler or memeing Hitler, or like Andrew Tate is a human trafficker and he's on the run from multiple countries. He hasn't been convicted of SA yet, but like, dude, he very well might be. You know what I'm saying? Andrew Tate, like he could very well be fucking, you know what I'm saying? Right? He could very well be like convicted at some point. I mean, he told us he did it. Like, that's the thing, guys, about some of this shit that we're dealing with the whole, oh, you've never been convicted. Like, when you look at Donald Trump, okay, I call Donald Trump a grapist all the time, okay? And now, guys, I don't worry about getting sued because Donald Trump has never... Right? Donald Trump has never been convicted. He's been adjudicated of SA in the case with E. Jean Carroll. But guys, Donald Trump told us he's a rapist. He said he grabs them by the genitals and he doesn't even ask. That's grape, guys. So like Donald Trump told us he is a rapist. Okay? He doesn't have to be convicted. He admitted it. And dude, Andrew Tate is the same way. He's told us he's a trafficker. He's told us he's a rapist. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know he did it. He told us he did. whether he gets convicted or not, you know? But like, guys, this shit is bad for humanity. And anyway, so the thing that was really hard about that guy Arab, and where he and I fell apart is the shit that Arab is selling to young people is bad for humanity. And like, I wanted no part of it. And it's part of the reason why I left the gaming industry. Because I don't think the gaming industry is really like very good for humanity. I don't think video games themselves, in and of themselves, are inherently bad. But I think what the gaming industry has become, which is a vehicle to sell that Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, like sort of religious misogyny, religious male patriarchal domination, that's what they're selling in the gaming industry, right? And then you see like some of these sort of, you know, the gaming influencer world is selling a really harmful worldview to scared, lonely young boys. And I think it's dangerous, guys. I just fundamentally disagree with it, so I had to get out. You know what I mean? You only look into one corner. Yeah, but so again though, Tourmalines, I'm not like saying the whole industry is bad, but I'm saying that industry is being used to sell a toxic thing to young men. And like all I can say is the good sides of the gaming industry aren't outweighing the bad sides. You know, I mean, the reason why we have this Trumpism and this rise in racism and shit is because it found a home in the gaming industry. And these influencers have found a home in the gaming industry. And now you have like theocratic, like, you know, dictatorships like Saudi Arabia are now buying the gaming industry. And they're buying some of this influencer culture because they want to manipulate those messages as well. Now, I'm not saying all gaming is bad. Dude, Jenny plays DBD, and there's a lot of like pro-LGBTQ gaming communities. There certainly are great gaming communities, but the game I liked was not in those communities. The game I liked was in the one that was selling like negativity and harm to young men. And so I didn't want to be a part of that. I didn't want that to be my prime source of income. I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm saying, right? People get all sensitive about that, but that like, you know, but I think we have to see the good, right? Like you can be in the thing. And so the thing about it though, Tourmalines, is like, again, don't misunderstand me, that like the thing is most, right? In order for you to be successful, like long-term successful in the Fortnite community, you have to not point out the bad, okay? So are there pro-LGBTQ sections of the Fortnite community? Sure, okay? But Fortnite as a whole and Fortnite influencer culture, the biggest names in Fortnite, they are the biggest names because they don't speak out against the bad, okay? And that is fact, okay? Those, right? Like Ninja, Nick Merckx, we saw what happened with Nick Merckx, okay, during the fucking anti-trans shit, right? We saw what happened with Nick Merckx. He became very like he outed his anti-LGBTQ nature of the COD and the Fortnite and the what's the other one? The one that everyone was playing that's all space agey. I can't even remember the name of it, right? But you know what I'm saying? And then everybody just sort of went mute, you know? So the thing is though, is like I felt like the necessity to be like, I didn't want to make a living, a primary income in an industry where I couldn't be vocally challenging those negative aspects of the industry, right? I mean, it could, but I just, you know, once you challenge the big names in an industry, it gets complicated, right? You know what I'm saying? You'd rather your child be an alcoholic than a gamer? I don't know about that, right? I wouldn't say that. right? You know, but there's a big problem in the way teenage boys are monetized in the gaming industry. Okay, that the industry itself is pretty dirty. Okay, the industry itself, right, is I mean, you watched it, guys. Like, a great example is FaZe Clan. Okay, in 2021 and 2020, FaZe Clan did a Pride Month post. Okay, and by 2023, FaZe Clan was like, members were like using the F slur and calling women whores and shit, right? Openly, even though they would delete their tweet. And Nick Merckx, one of the owners of FaZe Clan, was being openly anti-LGBTQ. Okay? I watched that happen, guys. The only reason I participated in FaZe Clan was because they were putting out the the Pride Month tweets. And they had a transgender member, Ewok, was trans in FaZe Clan. And I watched them in 2 years to the leadership going full anti-trans in the sort of like, you know, F slur, Aiden Ross, like Donald Trump, Andrew Tate moment. And that's when I was like, dude, I'm out. I am out. You know what I mean? Dude, that's when I was like, this is not good, bro. Because they're like, that shit is gnarly, you know? You know what I mean? Dude, it just doesn't agree with my sense of integrity. And what's more, though, is what I want you to hear from what I'm saying, Tourmalines, is I'm not trying to trash video game communities that there's not good game communities in there, but this is like the good cop shit. It doesn't matter how many good cops there are if the good cops aren't policing the bad cops. And the issue I have with the gaming industry in Fortnite and in, you know, Call of Duty and in those is whatever good communities exist, they're not policing the bad communities. Okay? They're just ignoring them or not bringing voice to it because they know some of their good community may have bad community people in there too. And like, I feel like we need to police, okay? Like the same with the Democrats. If we find somebody in our party that is like a grapist, we need to police that. We're not going to let a Donald Trump take over in the Democratic Party. We need to police that shit, okay? And like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't find that policing happening in the Fortnite community. In fact, it was like the aggressive red pill community were the ones that were driving the ship, and that the people that were like LGBTQ friendly and good were just kind of trying to stay out of the way and not ruffle the feathers of those more destructive elements. And I think, guys, I don't think you can be a good cop if you're not policing the bad cops, because you are the police. And it's like, it's hard to be a good gaming influencer if you're not policing the bad ones actively. But you see what happens. Like, look what happens when fucking, you know, it's usually the women influencers that will speak up, right? You know what I'm saying? Like fucking, right? Like, hold on one sec. I want to see this, right? It's usually the big women influencers. Dude, right? Like Pokemon, right? Every time she speaks up, bro, like she gets wildly attacked. I mean, you've noticed that, right? You know what I'm saying? Like how crazy it was. And you know, it's hard. It's really hard to speak up. Like most of them, if they're going to be really successful, they learn that they just sort of have to keep their mouth shut, you know? And that's like, I don't know, man. That to me is like super, like, is like super complicated. You know? I don't know. It just didn't feel right to my heart. I had to get out, right? She hates brokies. Dude, Dude, it's weird. It's like, you know, politics like moved in. Dude, I know 𝗏𝗛𝗡 is like, he's one of those. And dude, I've seen it with 𝗏𝗛𝗡, but I've also seen it with XQC, where sometimes they weaponize their communities. Or who's the other guy? Who's the other gaming influencer who was like at OTK? What's his name? He's like a degenerate who didn't like sort of hid grapes of his friends. What was that guy's name? He's no, not Destiny. The other guy. He's like kind of smarmy. 𝗏𝗡𝗶. Yeah, that guy, dude. Like, dude, or Tectone, right? Or Grums. You know what I'm saying? These guys are like, man, their communities are gnarly and abusive. You know what I'm saying? And they weaponize that shit. They wield them like an army of trolls. Not really like, I don't know, man. That kind of shit bothers me. All right, let's move on to some Candy O, shall we? Dude, we're fucking going crazy. We got to cover a little Candy O, and then I'm going to go make some videos. Dude, we completely didn't even get to Michael Cohen, dude. We'll talk about Cohen later. Right? But let me see here.
Their advancement in glass. And to...
Okay, so here's what we got. Dude, Bradshaw, Project Looking Glass from 111 through 32. All right, so this is the whole thing. All right, we're going to watch a little bit of this. This is the Charlie Kirk time travel claim that she has. All right, you ready? Dude, Candace? So, I mean, it's hard to tell what's going on with Candace Owens, right? Because guys, like we are in late stage capitalism, okay? Where our entire world financial system is pretty much killing us all, okay? And killing the world. And nobody wants to acknowledge this. Everybody is just seeking to expand the biggest piece of the pie they can, so they're immune to the effects of the merciless, like, you know, sort of the merciless effects of this late stage capitalism. And so, like, conspiracy theories are rampant, because now everybody has access to all the information. So it's like interpretation, right? Like I will watch a video and then I will get online and I will see people misrepresenting online, because a lot of people aren't even watching the whole, you know, they're not even watching the whole fucking, you know, videos. They're just watching somebody makes a comment about a video, and that means a new reality, right? Or their reality. So like misinformation is rampant. So like now the way a lot of people are building communities are based around conspiracy theories of like, you know, like they, okay? And we all do this, okay? Even the people I like, right? Let's look at somebody like Cenk Uygur, okay? It's corporate Democrats. Right? You look, even Hassan is like the Democratic establishment. They're on the same team as the Republicans. Like, we are all like picking even people on our own side that are like part of the bad team. And then we're assuming that they're using their power in nefarious ways to prevent us from getting the things we want. And this is all, everybody is doing this. I try to not do this. I try to like not have a ubiquitous they. I try really hard. I'm like realizing that there's levers of power and everybody's trying to get hands on power, but I don't want to necessarily demonize, you know, any part of the Democratic Party specifically. I don't want to necessarily demonize. You know what I mean? I try. I'm not perfect, though. I mean, we all do it. But here's what's hard, guys. You ready? You ready? What's hard? And this is a thing that I confront with YouTube is people want that. Okay? Like, people want it. People want to anything that's got conspiracy theory like teeth. People want to get into that drama. That's like the new thing, guys. If you create some sort of conspiracy, some they that we have to topple but can't, everybody's feeding on that. It is like content creators are almost encouraged to go down the conspiracy pipelines because the public are so traumatized from the pandemic and end stage capitalism that they're vulnerable to it. Okay, so like I could probably be making more money if I just picked some crazy conspiracy and went all into it. You know what I mean? Or went all into like, so I try to like grab a little bit from all the bags. Dude, thanks for diving through all this BS. Thank you, Paula. I'm trying. It's hard. It's hard. I'm trying not to be audience captured, but it's hard. It's hard because, you know, you worry about audience capture. I worry about getting deplatformed. I worry about when a federal agent's going to show up at my door and be like, yeah, I want to talk to you about the shit you've been saying in the replies of like Donald Trump or whatever, right? Like, when's that going to happen? You know, like, I don't know, dude, the world's getting pretty weird. You know, as it is, I'm even finding with YouTube, videos are getting age restricted days later and they're not even telling me why or if I can fix it. They're not saying like, ooh, you're cursing too much or you're talking inflammatory about this particular topic. They're not really telling me anything. So I don't know. I'm worried tonight, dude, that we could get off stream tonight and they may ping me tonight on the last day of my you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I'm in the crosshairs. I do know this, that people are starting to notice me online, and that's when you start getting looked into. Okay, who's Seth Andrew? His channel got deleted. That's when you start getting deleted, though, is when you get big, is when they start coming for you. And then when you get to a certain level of big, you have some power. But like, guys, you don't really have power until you have like 1 million subs on YouTube, right? Until you have 1 million subs, I don't think you have any real power, right? I think 1 million is when you start getting power on YouTube. Until then, you're vulnerable. Okay, I'm especially vulnerable now, dude. And I'm pretty like mouthy for my size, right? Which makes it like, you know, if you're mouthy, they can find a way to go after you. Yeah, dude. I mean, Togo's, it is crazy, right? But you can move, right? There's always platforms you can move to, right? There are Kick and there are Rumble. So there are places to go, right? Where you can rebuild. And I mean, I've thought, guys, about how, you know, you could, you know, if worse came to worse, you could live stream, you know, you could do it in Discord. The hard thing is the platforms offer a way to monetize it. That's where it gets hairy, is like the monetization, right? You can do it independently, but it's harder to monetize, right? And YouTube is like the best way to monetize, but then you're at YouTube's whim, you know? But again, like I said, I do have some limited connections so that I will reach, you know, I can reach out to and, you know, so I'm not completely alone, but, you know, always a risk. Being a content creator, there is a lot of risk involved. All right, so Michael, Michelle, we have not gotten to the Michael Cohen part. I don't think we're going to get to it till tomorrow. I want to look at this Project Looking Glass. We're going to look at this, and we're going to do it tomorrow. It kind of got bumped because we went on a crazy religious discussion, and you know.
Everyone in the chat right now saying, yup, it had a cornucopia. I knew you guys were my people.
So I do want to say though, to question Max, when you said you should do some walking the streets of Portland style videos, I don't really like doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. And I don't know if it's my age, because I'm a 50-year-old guy that, like, I don't know. For me, the walking the streets and looking for people and doing that, it doesn't appeal to me. That doesn't mean I might not do it someday, but like, I think there's a certain type of personality that likes that type of contact, and that's not me, right? But I know people have said that. I'd probably be real good at it, and I haven't ruled it out. But like, dude, even when I went to New York, though, as a gaming content creator, like, I got stalked a little bit. I have a tendency, I create stalkers, much like OnlyFans models do. I don't know why, but I still to this day, I have gaming stalkers who make fake Twitter accounts and still follow me to this day. I quit gaming like 2 years ago, guys, and they still fucking like stalk me. The gamer kids do. Dude, it's weird. I create stalkers. People like get obsessed with me. I don't know why, dude. I'm a 56-year-old man, bro, but I do get stalkers. And I got it like in the dating realm too. I did get, when I would date, I would sometimes get stalkers, like stalkery. I provoke a response in people that, like, I don't know, man. So I like this, but maybe one day we'll see.
I want to start by saying that the way that I feel, the way that I think a lot of you feel, the vibes that are surrounding us right now is that the deep state is in some sort of a panic, right?
Dude, the deep state is in some sort of a panic. Here we go, guys. The deep state, that undefined thing.
We've acknowledged that over and over again on the show. Something doesn't feel quite right. It feels almost like we are at the beginning of the end of a long satanic run. That's why, just so you guys know, despite the obviously sobering reality that the world is run by these people, I'm pretty optimistic every day. I can't explain it. I don't know why. Things are obviously coming apart, but like things have to come apart before they can be put back together. And they're just getting sloppy. And if I could put it into a sentence, I would say that it's almost as if our awareness is the threat, right? Awareness, just our being conscious of what they are doing, somehow spells their doom, which is bringing me to wanting to discuss today, as I promised you, the CIA's Looking Glass Project. Now,
see, again, guys, it goes back to, remember what we talked about in the very beginning of this, where we talked about religion, we talked about the nomadic tribes, and we talked about how there wasn't real nationalism. But like, guys, I think the tribalism around like deep state theories and conspiracy theories is a result of this end stage capitalism, where people are creating their own tribal factions. Because what a deep state is that could be anybody. That can be members of both political parties. It can be members of your own community once they start disagreeing with you. And by putting it as satanic, they're attaching some religious significance. So now your faith is involved, and now you have the power of God on your side to be a good fighter. But like, there's no definition. And it's kind of like those moderation rules we talk about on a platform like YouTube, where they give you a set of guidelines, but they can just say, well, age restricted, community guidelines strike, but they don't have to tell me what it is, because it is anything that they deem, confrontational, or anything that they deem like, we want to slow you down here, or you're not on our team, right? And so these deep states allow communities to gather with a common enemy that can explain a whole manner of their personal problems and anything unexplained, right? Because religion started the unexplained. The wind, the sun, the rain, the snow, that was all God's. And then we had science, and then religion kind of became on the back burner. And now that there's religion and science, now the new religion is like deep stating. Ooh, the deep state, the cabal, right? The globalist cabal, the you know what I mean? But it's never defined. Like if we said, Candace, give me a list of 20 members of the deep state, I don't think she'd do that. I don't think they want to define it because it's more powerful of a monetizing force, and it's more powerful as a manipulating force when we don't define it. Okay, that's the, and usually it comes around to money. It comes around to how, like, making money. Okay, the cabal is caballing.
We briefly touched upon this at the end of last episode. Obviously, I'm a conspiracy girly, and I'm thrilled that we get to dive a little bit deeper on this topic for those of you that don't know. The first thing that I want to remind you guys is exactly what I said at the top of the show. It is an absolute fact that Charlie Kirk thought that he was a time traveler. He told me he was a time traveler repeatedly. I showed you guys that text message exchange. I said to him in response that I didn't feel the same way and that I thought I was from another planet, that I was an alien my entire life. Just do not get it here. This planet is ghetto. That's how I feel. I don't understand it. The rules don't make sense. I think that's also why I like cats so much. I feel that they can relate to that. They think...
Dude, what are we doing? Candace is like, I'm an alien. The rules here don't make sense. It's confirmed because I like cats, which now everyone in her audience who really likes cats is like, I don't really like rules either. Maybe I'm an alien as well. And Charlie's a time traveler. Like, dude, yeah, Fisher, I think this is important to watch because I think we're watching the degeneration of what's going on here, guys. This is like lid flipping here, okay? But like this is a major part of an American political movement, okay? This is insane.
Humanity is ghetto. They don't want to be around us. They don't like us. They know it's ghetto. It is.
Yeah, and I think don't underestimate what 𝗙𝗫𝗟 said right there. Okay, is she is being sued by Macron about the bullshit that the transgender like defamation of Macron's wife. Okay, and so now she is no. I think what 𝗙𝗫𝗟 said is might be pretty accurate, that she's going way over the top so she can say, look, I admit I'm a conspiracy person. I admit that I do entertainment. This is not defamation. This is what Fox News does. Fox News, when they get pinged for defamation, they go and say, we're not news. We're an entertainment company. Okay. But the problem is, though, guys, is that the people who watch her are like buying into this shit. And this ties into what I said about the gaming world. Okay, the reason why it's so important to address the negative in the gaming world is because if you aren't addressing it, the people in the audience are consuming it and believing it. You can't just ignore Andrew Tate. You have to actively, vocally refute him. Otherwise, if you ignore him, a bunch of young boys are going to believe him and they're not getting any counter information. You can't just ignore anti-humanity or ignore racism. You can't just not be racist. You have to be actively anti-racist. You can't just be I'm not a misogynist. You have to be anti-misogynist. Okay? You can't just ignore these like inhumane sort of influencers and shit. You have to actively like rebel against them. Okay? Otherwise people will buy in. And like, dude, there are people watching her. Look at her. She's getting millions of views on this shit. People are buying into this shit, man.
It's ghetto here, right?
Young people are.
Well,
with
another
no
bizarre
framework.
fact is that back when Charlie and I were running around, we met in 2017, top of 2018. So I would say, obviously, Turning Point was an organization, but it wasn't the organization. It wasn't this behemoth of an organization that it became. No, he had no real degree of fame. I think that's fair. But he was required to have security on him at all times. That was orchestrated. His security, Schaefer Security, was orchestrated by Bill Montgomery. He has since passed, the late Bill Montgomery, and he was from the military. He founded Turning Point USA with Charlie.
Bill Montgomery is the guy who founded Turning Point USA. Okay, Charlie Kirk was the son of a wealthy Republican donor who knew Bill Montgomery. So Charlie Kirk was like the reality TV star, right? He was like the Donald Trump of the Heritage Foundation called Bill Montgomery. Let's not forget that Charlie Kirk didn't create TPUSA. Bill Montgomery and Foster Friess did. Okay, and Charlie Kirk was just the reality star that went and sold their monster to young men. Okay, that's what Charlie Kirk was. He was like the translator and the recruiter of this thing. Okay, this is all about conversion of young people to evangelical Christianity. That's really at the root of this. They are trying to convert young people to Christianity because you rebel less. You don't protest. You don't fight the system. If you are a Christian, you get pious and just, take what's given to you and you fucking taste the pain. Okay? They want people to be religious, like deeply religious believers because they are easy to control, guys.
To go to West Point and then instead started Turning Point USA when he was 18 years old. Thinking about that, the security, him texting saying, I'm not allowed to go anywhere, I feel so important, I think was the exact message. That, to me, is objectively weird in retrospect. Wasn't weird at the time, it's weird now. And it makes me think that Charlie may have been marked since he was a child. We've discussed these GATE programs that they have in school. And I just think on the basis of what he told me, that when he was really young, they wanted to drug him, but his mother said no, and he was really grateful for that. And instead, they decided that they could send him to this X-Men school. That's the best way I can describe it. I would certainly, by the way, for you internet sleuths, I'd like to find out which school Charlie had to attend. So he was pulled out of the regular school he was attending, and he had to go to some special school for the gifted, like he was an X-Man. And I am of the opinion, it's an opinion, I'm allowed to have it, obviously not a fact, but I am of the opinion, based on the discussions I had with him, that he's been monitored since.
Dude.
His test scores, whatever the score, every test they probably did on him, he was off the charts, and they wanted to make sure that he was being watched. That's my theory.
Dude, look at what she is doing, guys. She is saying that Charlie Kirk was some sort of savant, like boy genius. This is like Stranger Things kind of things. This guy is special powers, incredibly genius, and so much so that they tried to medicate him. No, we're going to put him in a special school where now the deep state is monitoring his growth as he's being groomed to be this political leader. This is some crazy shit she's going. Here we go.
In general, on all kids that are in extraordinary and GATE type programs, maybe we should be training our kids to get like an 85% on the test. At most, before the government agents are going to swoop in and go, who is this genius child, And a lot of weird things used to happen to Charlie. He would go on runs. I think I told you guys this, after sundown. And when he was running, street lights would go out. It was like he was in a burst of energy, like he was a lightning bolt or something. So to slow this down for you, there are, just in general, all of these inexplicable experiences that we have in life. And they try to make it weird for us to discuss them. Like just even being philosophical and thinking about these things for a long time, they don't want that.
By the way, guys, just for the record, like streetlights used to just go out, like they were not well wired, and they still do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Streetlights used to be just very unreliable, especially if you're in a rural neighborhood. Like these power grids. I mean, dude, you know what I'm saying? They go out, they get shut down. Sometimes they break down. I mean, dude, this is pretty wild.
Deja vu is probably chief among them. We all have experienced deja vu. We are certain something happened, that we already did that, but it didn't actually happen. You're like, but I feel like it did. Oof, I just got a bad case of deja vu. Well, guess what? There's no official expert explanation for that. Sleep paralysis, for those of us who suffer that, I had some terrifying experiences before I knew what it was. They don't really give us a full explanation for that. Similar, also, another example of things that are inexplicable and maybe somehow related to deja vu, the story of how I met my husband. I've told it many times, how I got engaged 18 days later. No one believes me. They don't want to accept it, except maybe Charlie Kirk, because he was there for it. But I already knew George. That's how I describe it. I saw his face. I know that doesn't make sense, but it happened that way. I looked at my husband's face and I already knew him. It was like a sigh of relief. And yeah, there's other explicable events and things like Charlie telling me that he was going to die young. Anyway, today we are going to be showing you clips from a YouTube channel called Be Inspired. We're going to link it in the comments as well, because they did such a fantastic job of diving into these phenomena and how they likely relate to another shady government CIA program, which came to be known as Project Looking Glass. This actually happened. These were whistleblowers that came out, like with all of these projects, people that are in the military, scientists coming out and saying, hey, government has this technology and they can peer into the future. I'm sorry, what? What does that mean? Anyways, the narrator of this channel, who I could not find his name to save my life because there's multiple people that work this channel, but he begins by taking us back to the Y2K scare. You guys remember that?
So I don't know how much of this we're going to watch, because I don't think she's going to talk too much about Charlie being a time traveler. Hold on one sec. We're going to pause here. Let me just look in the transcript and see if we get any more about Charlie. Okay? Because I don't really necessarily want to go down her crazy fucking rabbit hole. Where are we at now? We're at 7:42. All right, let's take a little look here. She's going into Y2K. You see, I'm going to fucking find Charlie. So we're not going to see Charlie again until 16. Okay, so we're going to get, there's like 6, and then we don't see him again until fucking 16. All right, so we may jump ahead here, because I'll be honest, guys, I don't have any real desire to watch her fucking crazy ass conspiracy shit. We'll watch a minute of this, but dude, who buys her stuff? So she has a very like 4chan sort of audience, guys. She has a deeply sort of conspiracy laden audience. She does, like conspiracy theorist peoples, those people that are in, you know, gematria and all that shit, and QAnon and stuff. She has that stuff. The big Kanye followers, right? The 4chan, like, man, it's
Of course, you remember the Y2K scare. I was actually scared. I was young. I was like, oh my God.
Dude, I was not scared about Y2K. I mean, you knew that, all right, there could be some sort of crashing, but
Gosh, I just don't want to die like this. I don't want to die.
I did not think it was
midnight. And it's the year 2000, and they were just kind of pumping all this fear into us. Anyway, let's jump right into this clip.
Let's start with Y2K. In the final months of 1999, there was a global concern that computer systems would fail when the date switched to the year 2000. All the software used only 2 digits to record years, so 2 nils might be read as 1900, potentially disrupting banks,
credit cards, and ATMs.
Dude, I just wasn't worried. I'm jumping ahead, boss. I wasn't worried about that shit.
What variables they changed, all future timelines converged to a single.
All right, so
introducing these things. First, they keep them to themselves.
We're going to start here, around here.
As time goes on. So they steal this piece of technology and they incorporate it into a computer. And suddenly they're apparently able to predict future outcomes. Just imagine the deep state being able to look into a glass, so to speak.
Hold on, let's go. So now she's jumped ahead here.
They have a knack for murder. They have a knack. They stole. Of course.
Okay.
And when you start asking questions, they try to paint you with, no, don't ask the questions. Just keep going on. Let's just pretend. That, there was no cornucopia. Anyways, this brings us obviously to the CIA's Project Looking Glass. Essentially, there were these whistleblowers, like I told you, in the military and within the CIA apparatus that came forward to reveal that the deep state had a technology, which they stole, of course. Please do not miss the part that I keep explaining to you. These people are not smarter than you. They're just more evil. They steal, they plunder, and they steal things, and then they rewrite history and pretend that they were geniuses.
Hold on, just so you know, my warning or whatever, my community warning for like my probation has ended, guys. I'm off probation. All right, the community warning is gone. So yay me. All right. Yay me, guys. The community warning that used to be up at the top of the channel dashboard, that shit is gone. We're liberated. Let's go. Thank you. 3 months probation is gone. Appreciate that. Let's fucking go. You went back in and fixed. You went back in time, dude. Somebody went back in time. And no, it was expiring today, but it didn't expire right at midnight, but it did expire now. So now we're good. Now I was distracted because I noticed it's gone. So we're going to go back and we're going to listen to what she said about the CIA. So we got the CIA here. All right, ready? Let's see. Dude, yeah, I know she's not given a good... I mean, we could look at what is Project Looking Glass. Right, it's what the AI says. It's a conspiracy theory about a secret CIA project using alien tech to view the future. A Sun Microsystems 3D desktop environment for Linux, Java, and the U.S. military's Operation Looking Glass for nuclear command. There's also a Marvel concept. So proponents believe the CIA used technology, possibly reverse engineered alien tech, to see future timelines, and claim certain individuals were privy to or affected by this. So again, this is not even something that is necessarily rooted in truth. All right. But like, all right, here we go.
And it's just amazing that we just sort of accept it and we just keep moving on. And when you start asking questions, they try to paint you with, no, don't ask the questions. Just keep going on. Let's just pretend. Let's just pretend that, there was no cornucopia. Anyways, this brings us obviously to the CIA's Project Looking Glass. Essentially, there were these whistleblowers, like I told you, in the military and within the CIA apparatus that came forward to reveal that the deep state had a technology, which they stole, of course. Please do not miss the part that I keep explaining to you. These people are not smarter than you. They're just more evil. They steal, they plunder, and they steal things, and then they rewrite history and pretend that they were geniuses. Anyways, they have a knack for murder, they have a knack for theft, and this time, just like a lot of times before, they stole a device from the ancient Sumerian civilization that's located in modern-day Iraq. Very advanced civilization. They're obsessed also with Egyptian civilization, as we discussed yesterday. The Satanists kind of taking and reintroducing these things. First, they keep them to themselves. They hoard these things, and then they kind of give us certain aspects of technology as time goes on. So they steal this piece of technology, and they incorporate it into a computer, and suddenly they're apparently able to predict future outcomes. Just imagine the deep state being able to look into a glass, so to speak. The Sumerian culture was known for their advancement in glass, and to see different outcomes. I mean, the amount of power that you would have, and then also fathom in your mind that the people that are Satanists have this power.
Dude.
Take a listen.
This is where things take a turn, because according to Bill Wood, a former Navy SEAL with high-level clearance, the US military once had access to a device called Project Looking Glass, a technology that could supposedly view potential future timelines.
The project was shut down because there was a problem when we approached 2012. The timelines converge on that point in time. When you know how string theory works and how the possibility of possibilities.
It's Obama's second term, guys.
And how making one choice over here doesn't necessarily mean that the other choice couldn't exist at the same time. But once you get your brain wrapped around this subject, you find out that at the end of 2012, in an easy way to put it, the choices that we make become less and less consequential to the future. And eventually we're pushed into this bottleneck of time, no matter which choice we make.
Okay, so is that certainly 2012 in your understanding?
It's well coincides with December 21st, 2012.
So at that point, all possibilities lead to the same
Timelines.
Rubicon.
All possible timelines lead to the same basic set of history in the future.
See, look at that though. Look at what they're saying. They're trying to say that they had some tool that helped them discover that once you get to 2012, it doesn't matter what you do from this point. There's only going to be one outcome, right? It was 12/21/12. So it was he said the 21st. So it was 12/21/12, right? 122/112, right? But like, dude, I mean, this is pretty weird, guys, right? Oh, it doesn't matter what you do now. There's only going to be one timeline outcome. I mean, dude, I'm not sure I buy this. You know, I mean, you know what's crazy is it really, if I were to, you know, I feel like we could invoke Buddha here, right? I feel like we could invoke Buddha. No, it was 2012. It was 21 December 2012. Okay. But I feel like we could invoke Buddha here, guys, that really there's only two timelines. Okay. I know you can get crazy with all this quantum string theory shit. And like, I don't think time is like a linear thing. Like every single individual experiences time in their own way, and we quantify it with clocks and calendars. But I really think the Buddha shit, where it says that there's always, you're either on one of two timelines, always. One timeline is everything is coming together, and the other timeline is everything is coming apart. And if you really think about that, it's literally just time as a sine wave, right? Your experience of time is a sine wave. But I really think that's accurate. Like everything is coming together, and then when it's all come together, you reach this high, and then everything starts coming apart. And when everything is falling apart, you have hit that depressive bottom, and then you begin a cycle of everything coming together. But what's crazy is you're experiencing that in multiple layers, because my everything's coming together or apart timeline with my woman is different than the timeline with my stream, and the timeline with each of my friends, and the timeline with my career, right? So we're all living 1,000 different versions of a coming together and falling apart timeline with every person we interact with, every relationship we have, every activity we engage in has the same thing. So it is like we're all living in a multiverse of coming together and falling apart. And like when you think about it, we are on many different timelines. Like, for example, you ready? I could be on my life, everything is coming apart. My drug addiction is just exploding. And I could meet a woman who's on her career is coming together timeline. And we start a relationship right there and have crazy experiences, right? Because we're on different timelines. Like part of the way that me and Jenny mesh so well is we were on compatible timelines. And you may discover this. Like I look back, I am still friends with a lot of my exes, and I still love them in a way, but I don't love them like I want to be with them. I love them because they all potentially could have been the woman for me, but it was really just a timeline question. We met each other at the wrong time, you know? And then you meet somebody at the right time, and it's just like different, right? But like, I really think some of this boils down to that Buddhist, like it's either coming together or it's falling apart and, you know, coming apart. And it's that like we're all riding 1,000 different sine waves of energy. And isn't that crazy when you think about it? But it's not like fancy or theoretical. It's not like, you know, satanic or deep statey. It's just energy. right? It's just a lot of like convergence of energy and shit, you know? You know what I mean? And like, like, I don't know, dude. It's, I mean, everything is waves, right? Like energy, all of energy is waves. Light, sound, I mean, you know what I mean? Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, dude. Dude, I don't know, man, but all right, here we go.
And after that, they shut it all down. Now ask yourself, why would a system like that be buried, and what exactly did they see? Because this isn't just about false memories or tech. It might explain why everything since 1999 feels frozen and artificial, like we're on rails in a version of reality that wasn't meant to last this long. And if you think that's wild, wait until you hear what else Looking Glass may have revealed.
See, again, I didn't feel like there was some crazy delineation at 1999 that these guys feel like they are like goobering this shit up. Now, guys, I definitely felt a shift in 2012, okay? And not because of Project Looking Glass, but because of America's, racism and the black president and the white racists vowing for him to not win again, and then they lost, and then they stymied him, and then Donald Trump got involved and his like birther, right? There is, which is, guys, if you look at 2014, okay, 2014, guys, was the 50-year anniversary of the Civil Rights Movement, the Civil Rights Act being passed. Right? Last year was the 60-year anniversary of the Civil Rights Act being passed. So we are in like a mid-rangey period of having done this major change. And now we've got this resurgence of racism. There are some cycles of 100-year cycles-ish, right? That we've seen. If you were to think about a sine wave, it's possible that there is a societal energy that is 100 years-ish, right? The pandemic, you had the Spanish flu, and then 100 years later, you have the COVID. I mean, it's not going to be exact, but if there was a giant societal sine wave that was like 100 years, that would bring us around 2020, 2012, 2014. The First World War was like 1913. Right? 1914. So we're in the 100-year range of right? There are like coming together, falling apart. I did notice something with Obama that it seemed like we're relitigating some of the wounds of the past after Obama. And now we're relitigating them with some of that same 1960s energy, which is like maybe we're on this mid-range of some civil rights humanist movement sine wave that we're all riding. I don't know. Again, I don't think this is mysterious. I think this is just that Buddhist thing of like everything's coming together, everything's falling apart. You have like resets. Somebody said we're about to reset. I've had many resets, guys, in my life. I've had relationship resets. I've had career resets. I've had like addiction resets, things that I'm addicted to, things I'm afraid of, like issues, like family of origin issues that just will mushroom until they're so out of control. I finally process them and go get help. And then there's a reset and a resurgence. And so I don't know, man, we're like globally, we're definitely going through some sort of like fucking thing that we've been going through for, about a decade, 15 years, something like that. But I thought it had to do with the black president, 50 years after the civil rights movement in a nation that was founded on slavery. Like there's a lot of karmic energy being stirred there. But
so what exactly did they see with Looking Glass? According to multiple whistleblowers, including Bill Wood and other interviewed by Project Camelot, every time they ran the device, no matter what variables they changed, all future timelines converged to a single fixed point. That point, somewhere between 2012 and 2016. After that, the future became unpredictable. No more branching outcomes, just a war.
Okay, so now again, though, guys, let's ask why the Candace Owens people are like trying to delve into this, right? Because they're looking for some easily identifiable reason that right? They're generating the deep state. It's now attached to Obama. It's right around the time Trump came around, right? They're trying to center some sort of CIA operative situation that conveniently explains all this chaos. When the reality is, guys, somebody said something about 2020. The reality is that pandemic was a worldwide trauma, okay? Not only was there a trauma, think about the traumas we had in the last 20 years. In 2000, we go to war, right? We go to war, and there's 2001. There's the World Trade Centers. Dude, 𝗙Punk, let's go! Dude, so the World Trade Center happens, and we go to war. Then there's a financial crisis. Then a black man becomes president of the slave nation. And it kicks up a whole generation of racism because there are still literally Confederate people in the Congress. Then Donald Trump comes in at the height of this and uses racism and his animosity to sort of provoke a general internal warring, kind of we're gonna Civil War kind of vibes, okay? At a time when gay marriage had happened, which is really revolutionary for the religious people. They're now all panicked. Oh my God, gay people. Then we have a pandemic, and the entire world is afraid that we're all going to die of this mystery virus. We just went through 6 collective traumas in America that then we went through a shared global trauma of the pandemic that now a whole bunch of people are it didn't even happen. There wasn't even a pandemic. It was just right? That wasn't a pandemic. That was a flu. It was a conspiracy theory. China did it, or Israel did it, or the deep state did it, right? Because, guys, we just went through a collective trauma. If you had 100 people that went to a party and you watched somebody get brutally murdered at that party, you would have a collective group trauma from that event. And now the whole world has a collective group trauma from this pandemic. And so now these people that are trauma manipulators, like the grapist Donald Trump and these other people, they're rising into power because, of course, when people are collectively traumatized, that's when manipulators come in and are able to wield power. This is what Jeffrey Epstein did, guys. Jeffrey Epstein found girls that had a shared trauma around SA and around childhood SA, and then he pulled them in and manipulated them en masse. And he created a whole pyramid scheme of them. Okay, Adolf Hitler capitalized on the trauma, the depressions, the struggles after World War I, and the rising tension that was happening in the pre-World War II era. Okay, these guys are just capitalizing, right? Donald Trump is capitalizing, okay? It may very well be that the reason Trump won in 2024 was because of the collective trauma of the pandemic, and he was just able to manipulate it better because he is an abuser and he knows how to operate and manipulate trauma, right? That may very well be why we have Trump right now. And so, dude, this shit is there is trauma response, guys. You know what I'm saying? There is trauma response. And anyway, let's see where she goes with this. We have 5 minutes left, and then I'm going to go make videos.
So it's super interesting that they couldn't see beyond 2012, or rather they could see beyond 2012, but maybe things became inevitable. That was backed up, by the way, by a lot of different things. Mayan civilization, the calendar, remember that whole scare? Why doesn't the calendar go beyond? So you arrive at this point and you wonder, what is this, right? Suddenly these people who are evil are no longer allowed or able to control outcomes, essentially, or perhaps So maybe they did see something beyond 2012. But no matter what they did, they couldn't change the outcome of that thing that they saw beyond 2012. So it wasn't so much the future couldn't be predicted, but rather that they couldn't change it, like something was coming. That's how it kind of feels to me when I just examine everything that's going on. There is this panic, like evil is panicking right now, and they're making a lot of mistakes because they're no longer in control. And I would also add here that one of the things that I've noticed is that they're trying to turn us all, again, maybe this is their solution, where they're going, okay, what are we going to do?
Again, who's they, Candace? Right? Candace never says who they is, guys. And let me just tell you guys, okay, if you don't get a definition of they, there is no they, okay? That is, you can always count on that. If you can't define they in a very specific nature, they is made up, okay? And again, this does go back to the basis of religion. Every religion, they can't define the entity that they call their God or their ruler. They can't define it, because if they did, if it had a definition, if it was a singular, like tactile thing, it would ruin the illusion. The illusion is it being this unknown, unquantifiable thing. That is where the power comes from, okay? And this is just kind of like, because the human mind looks for danger, looks for the unseen, looks for like pattern recognition is how we keep ourselves safe. So these are like, this is why we're so susceptible to this shit.
We can't change the outcome. Maybe we can just turn everybody into a computer program. Like they want us all to be the same. They seem to get really angry when we behave like humans. Like that's one of the things they're trying to triumph is our humanity. We talked about this a lot with the Charlie Kirk story, the reaction, how we felt icky, but they were like, what's wrong with you? How dare you feel icky? How dare you not like this? Don't you know this is what he would want? It's like their inability to defeat our humanity is angering to them. Now, something that was crucial, which was revealed about Project Looking Glass, is that the people who were in the room while this device was being operated, their conscious thoughts impacted the device, okay? So just imagine this. What they were thinking in the moment was changing future outcomes. Thoughts influenced future outcomes. That piece is super relevant to what we're going to discuss. And
again, Project Looking Glass is a theory. There's no proof that Project Looking Glass is even a real thing, guys.
Obviously, that's pretty reminiscent of one of the themes of The Matrix. I just am going to assume everybody's seen that movie. If not, you should watch it because it was way ahead of its time. And he is going to connect that dot here. Take a listen.
So what exactly did Project Looking Glass revealed, and why was it quietly shut down? The people involved began noticing something strange. No matter what variables they used, the results kept showing the same future, a point where all possible timelines seemed to merge. That moment, somewhere between 2012 and 2016.
Oh, wow.
After that, everything became unclear, like the future couldn't be read anymore. This brings us back to 1999. A year that might have marked more than just the turn of a century. It's also when The Matrix was released. At the time it was...
Oh my God, The Matrix came out. By the way, The Matrix was written by transgender people.
It's just another sci-fi movie, but looking back, it feels like something more.
You've been living in a dream world, Neo.
The film introduced a powerful idea, that the world we experience might not be what it seems, that reality could be shaped or even simulated without us knowing. And once you start asking questions, things begin to change. That idea resonates deeply with what many have felt since the early 2000s. The time feels different, that the future doesn't feel open the way it once did. Almost like things are repeating themselves. The same.
But dude, things have always repeated themselves. See, this is what's crazy. Because the 19th century, the 21st century repeated the 19th, but the 19th repeated the 16th. And the 16th repeated the 13th. And the like, because again, guys, remember what we talked about? There's only two states of being in any given timeline. Coming together or falling apart. Which means you have nations that are on a sine curve of energy. You have societies that are on a sine curve of energy. You have movements, suffrage and civil rights and LGBTQ movements that are on a sine wave, right? And then you have all the individuals that are on individual sine waves with other individuals, and each individual's on hundreds of sine waves. Like, so of course it is like cyclical, not because of the Project Looking Glass, but because when there's only two states of being where everything's coming together or everything's falling apart, there's going to be a lot of repetition, you know? You know what I mean? Dude, choose your own sine wave adventure.
Cycles, the same events, showing up again and again. Some people even report seeing repeating numbers everywhere, like 1111, 22.
See, you know what I love, though? Can we just stop and look at what they do where hold on, look at what he does here when he says, oh,
it's deeply with what
watch
many
this.
have felt since the early 2000s.
Watch this
the
here.
Time feels different, but the future doesn't feel open the way it once did. Almost like things are repeating themselves. The same.
See, like he shows this, but like, dude, how is this repeating themselves? You know what I mean? Like, you see this, it says 19th and 21st, but like, what is the repeating? Because there's a boofy thing on the back of her dress. But you know how many years in between the 19th century and the 21st century, there's going to be a dress with a little caboose on it like that? But like, oh my God. And now watch the next image, right? Oh my God. Wow. There's arm puffs. Whoa. In the past. Now. Holy shit, bro. Like, whoa. Must be Project Looking Glass.
Showing up.
Dude, oh my God. Cleavage and cleavage. Holy shit, boss. But you see what I'm saying? You see the stretch with these people, guys? Like, dude, we could find any number of years when this was reflected again, and they're not even, like, they're showing you two things. And guys, can I just tell you, I need to pause here because we have to talk about the TikTokification of our news world. I see this on TikTok all the time where a content creator's like showing you proof of something they're talking about, and they'll flash like two images or two pieces of like writing together that have some words that support this thing, but you're not seeing the context. You're not seeing the whole document. They're literally just giving you one snippet. They might cross a few things out to make it look like it's secret. But like, guys, that's not proof. Okay, me showing you two clips on the screen for 5 seconds where you can freeze frame and see a couple of words, that is not fucking proof. Okay, yeah, the AI fact check, I do that shit all the time. Okay, like real proof is like a lot of pattern recognition, and like patterns always repeat, guys. They always repeat, man. If you do a bunch of random numbers, sometimes it'll give you 5 in a row of the same number. Like, dude, repetition is not some fucking holy grail here.
Again and again. Some people even report seeing repeating numbers
Shit.
everywhere, like 1111, 222, 444, almost like little glitches.
Dude, every time I walk down the street in the 400 block, I see a 444, guys.
Or signals hidden in everyday life. And strangely enough, this idea of patterns repeating, of cycles you can't escape, lines up with what Looking Glass operators allegedly encountered. The sensation that the future was already written and that all paths lead to the same outcome. Fast forward to 2012, some whistleblowers claim that a confidential briefing took place where certain agencies acknowledged the shift, a kind of convergence in human potential.
Yeah, but you see though, guys, I feel like even this is an attempt to draw people to religion. Don't you see that? Like, if there's no future outcome, if there's no future control, then more than anything, you need to develop a relationship with the spiritual being that's going to save you from all this, guys. Like, I feel like all of this stuff is a predicate upon, like, trying to get people back to religion, back to being controlled, back to being like having, you know, the controlled pattern recognition.
This document, released
Controlled
by
outcomes.
the CIA, explores consciousness as something that can move through time, even outside of the physical world. It discusses remote viewing, timelines, and the nature of reality itself. Now,
again, we don't even know what that shit he just showed on the screen was, right? We don't know what this is. Focus 15. You're going to get in here and read this. Ooh, additional levels of sound on hemi-sync tapes. But we don't even know what this is, guys. This is a fucking cluster of words out of context. Dude, nonsensical.
That to the Matrix, and the overlap becomes hard to ignore. Maybe it wasn't just a movie. Maybe it was the first time the system gave us a glimpse behind the curtain. And if that's the case, what else have we been shown without realizing it?
Okay, a lot to unpack there. First, I'm going to say, just regarding the movie The Matrix, you should look into how even the script for The Matrix was stolen, allegedly. But to bring this back to my earlier point about all of these things that are happening or have happened that are seemingly inexplicable, it just lives inside of me that Charlie Kirk knew he was going to die. How? How was he so certain that he was going to die young? How is that possible? How was he even able to describe it as this tragic event? How did he know? How was he certain, by the way?
Dude, I thought I was going to die young too. I used to tell my mom that. Like, I think that if you grow up into rebellion sort of movie or music culture as a young man, you sort of feel like the dying young is like a club of, like, you know, exceptional people, right? I think it is a societal thing. You learn about, like, Jim Morrison and Jimi Hendrix and Kurt Cobain, and you see the people you love dying young, all these rebelliousness, the 27 Club, like a lot of this shit is it's really natural for people who consider themselves to be rebels and change makers that they start thinking they're gonna not like live that long. It is, I don't think you're a time traveler like in doing that. Dude, there's no evidence of any of this, Iron Fist.
As he said in those messages, that from the moment he signed onto the dotted line to begin Turning Point USA, he knew he was going to die. He knew his death was going to be related to Turning Point USA. That's not a coincidence, okay? It is completely absurd to have people, I don't know, maybe just a coincidence. No, that's not a coincidence at all. Why did he know that I was going to defend him? Also, why did Charlie think he was a time traveler? He said, as I showed you in earlier messages, that he was a time traveler and he had to find me.
Dude, where were the Charlie Kirk time traveler messages? Dude, she is crazy. It looks like the results below are changing quickly. Dude. Let's see if we have images here. She says she showed you the messages, but like, where are the messages from Charlie? Do we ever see the messages? Do we have a link to the messages? Because, dude, she is like out there, boss. You know what I'm saying? She is like out there. You think you're in the Twilight Zone? It feels like it, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Like, doesn't it feel like big time Twilight Zone-y? All right, let's ask the AI here. X-Men School. All right. Is there a link to images that show the supposed messages Charlie sent Candace about time travel? Dude, she is nuts, bro. So it's a January 13 episode of her podcast, right? But a 2018 exchange. So she doesn't have this, guys. So here it is. Here's some messages from 2018 where it says, Kanye, you are going to be the Iron Lady of America. I see it so freaking clearly. I might be Moses, though. I might not see this whole thing through. LMAO. And then it says, you can be my David. So like, dude, he's making some biblical reference that she is like trying to imply was him like time traveling or something. Dude, this stuff is just so outrageous, guys. Right, here's what he says. I might not see this whole thing through. I'm not sure if I will live to see the end of this revolution. Since the beginning, I knew in my gut that I might get wiped out at any time. I dream about it all the time. Okay? I knew I was part of something bigger, blah, blah, blah. But again, this is all like super vague that she is now trying to, right? She is now trying to return it to relevance or what have you. Okay? And guys, you know, this is, I mean, let me just tell you, if I wanted to create, okay, if I want to create a conspiracy theory of any kind, guys, I can literally go in and find connections anywhere. I could go grab songs. I could take a book passage. Like, I could grab the Bible. I could go, right? I mean, we could go through Revelations right now, and we could pick out the signs that the end is coming, and then I could grab anything from reality and make it fit into that shit. That's how pattern recognition works, guys. Okay? It's like real simple. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about this. Okay? Look at this. Let me show you pattern recognition. Okay? It's like, if you have, ready? You ready? Look at this. I'm going to show you real quick. Okay? If you have a square with an X filling it, right? If we look at this image, guys, okay, you ready? That's 4 triangles, guys. Okay? If I have 4 triangles that have no edge marks and I put them together, you recognize the pattern of a square. Or if I have 2 big triangles and I put them together, you recognize a square. If I take a square and I cut it twice and separate them, you recognize 4 triangles. If I put 2 of them together, right? Pattern recognition works on being able to see different patterns inside every pattern. It's like a Russian doll where you keep going and you keep going and you keep going. So my point being is the way that pattern recognition works allows you to continually seeing infinite patterns inside any pattern that you're looking at. As long as you're looking for a pattern, you will find a new pattern in there, and they're all repeatable. They're all repeating, okay? Because it's right. You know what I mean? So, like, this is what they're doing now. Now it's like Charlie Kirk, oh, let me go back and find you the one message. I could probably search through some old messages of me and Jenny, and I could find something where she's revealed to me that she's actually an alien being. And here you go. Here's the proof, right? You know? So, dude, this is like meltdown shit. Okay? She is like now she's trying to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she's going beyond the Erica Kirk right? She went and met with Erica Kirk, and Erica Kirk was like, don't fuck up TPUSA. So now it's like Erica Kirk and Trump, and like now she's into CIA and Project Looking Glass and the deep state, but the CIA is fucking run by Trump people now. Like, what are we talking about? Dude, I gotta go. My brain is melting. I can't watch any more of this today. I gotta go make some videos. It's been a 5-hour stream. Dude, we're off probation. Hopefully we don't get banned again right away, dude. But yeah, dude, she is definitely like going crazy with the Cheese Whiz boss. Okay, she is. She is like going nutty with the Cheese Whiz, but we're gonna dance. Are you ready to dance or what? Are you ready? I feel like we earned a dance today, guys. What a crazy day. Isn't it weird though that we had this crazy philosophical discussion about religion? Like, guys, are we in the Matrix timeline? Is the Matrix like reaching out and trying to speak to you through me? Because I had this crazy religious discussion with you guys about religion and philosophy and life. And then all of a sudden, oh my God, Project Looking Glass. Oh shit, bro. Whoa, maybe I am Project Looking Glass. And like, dude, maybe Candace should interview me, boss. Whoa. Oh shit, dude. Look at what Trisha just pointed out, guys. Dude, you ready? Look at this, guys. Hold on. First off, my video got age restricted at 12:12 a.m., guys. My appeal, my age restriction appeal was rejected at 12:12 a.m. YouTube is in on it. Wow. They're talking about deja vu, and we listened to a song. We're about to dance to a song called Deja Vu, guys. Wow. No. Oh my God, guys. I am the Matrix. Holy shit, boss. Dude, you see though? Like, can I tell you about pattern recognition, guys? When you remember patterns, you recognize them. Once you see a pattern, you start seeing it everywhere. That's how it works. It's right, and it becomes familiar. If you notice a clock at 11:11, you will then start, and you think, ooh, that's significant. You will start noticing 11:11 all over the place because you have attached significance to it. Okay? I mean, it is a system of, right? I am the Oracle. Dude, you know what I do every time I see my birthday, 10/22? I'm like, oh, if my video is 10 minutes and 22 seconds, I think this one's going viral. Dude. Oh, I am the Oracle. Dude, everybody give me $100 right now, and I will solve, right? If all 640 of you give me $100 right now, each, I will fucking solve this. I will oracle you all. I will tell you, right? Dude, let's see those super chats, people. Oh shit, the ball don't lie, dude. Oh, all right. Ready? Solve all of them. Here we go, baby. All right, let's get it. What a crazy adventure. Dude, I planned on doing a short stream tonight. Now it's 2 in the morning. What the fuck, bro? 5 hours later, here we are. Oh shit, boss. Give me $11.11. Let's go. Everybody, you get in the 1111 club. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
They have a lot to say, but I don't know. Been here before, yeah, I do recognize the title. There's marble floor, and I don't need my eyes to see what lies behind that wooden door. Ooh, a little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. Time with you and I can see it like things will turn out okay. Everything lately, I'm feeling so familiar, coming on greatly. This feeling like a million. I've been here before, yeah, I do recognize the title of this marble floor. What I say, I feel far away. It's what I think. Let's go, baby! I'm gonna go make some videos. It is 2 in 7 minutes. It's gonna be 2:22, guys. Holy shit. Dude, what a meandering set of weirdness we had tonight. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Big love. Thank you. Hey, I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. just want to change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipation.